On.
Good morning. This is a public hearing of the Chatham Conservation Commission being held on Wednesday, April 14th, 2021. In accordance with the provisions of the Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetlands Protection Act, and the Town of Chatham Wetlands Protection Bylaw, Chapter 272. It's being broadcast live on Channel 18 and recorded for the archives. Today's hearing is being conducted by a remote video conference pursuant to Governor Baker's emergency orders prohibiting the gathering of groups of people during the COVID emergency. Every effort's been made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings as provided for in the order. The agenda and copies of all documents for review today have been posted on the town website. To everybody who is participating, can I ask everybody to please mute yourselves now and remain muted until you are speaking. Cuts down on background sounds and distractions. If you are on the phone, you mute yourself by pressing *6, and you can unmute by also pressing *6. As we consider each application, we will have comments and questions first from commissioners, and then we will open it to participants on the call. Please indicate that you wish to ask a question or make a comment by unmuting yourself and letting us know you wish to speak. State your name and we will let you make your comment or ask your question. We are now almost at complete full strength on the commission with 7 full voting members and 1 associate member. This is exciting, and I would ask, I'm going to do the roll call, and I'll try one more time to ask each commission member who's got a working camera to please turn it on so that people watching can begin to associate a name and a face. You can turn it off again when we're done. But so that we have a record of the quorum of commission members attending today, I'll now ask each member to indicate their presence on the call by stating their name and that they are present. Commissioner Rawls.
Here, Bob Rawls.
Commissioner Del Vecchio.
Del Vecchio present.
Commissioner Clark.
Clark present.
Commissioner Latin. You're muted, Karen. I can't unmute her.
Latin present.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioner Sullivan.
Sullivan present.
Associate Commissioner Francisconi.
Francisconi present.
All right. Commissioner Joe Kitts remains on a leave of absence, but we have heard that he will be returning to us very soon. Today, I'm very pleased to announce that we are joined today by our new conservation agent, Nicole Smith. Welcome to Nikki. Very glad to have you among us. I'd also want to thank Paul Whiteman, who so ably stepped in and guided us through this transition period. And now as winter has transitioned to spring and spring is finally getting established, the time is perfect for Paul to return to his beloved duties in the field, especially at North Beach, protecting the endangered plovers. But thank you so much, Paul. We really appreciate your help. We do have a number of requests for continuances today. So folks who are watching, if you are here for any of the following, they will be continued and not heard today. 201 Old Harbor Road will be continued to April 28th. 83 Seagull Road, also known as Outermost Harbor Marina, will be continued to May 12th. 314 Morris Island Road is continued to April 28th, and 68 Shell Drive is continued also to April 28th. And I think that takes us through all of our announcements. Nikki, if you care to read our first item on our agenda, we'll get started.
Sure. So the first, real quick, 314 Morris Island Road, they are still planning to continue, but they did not get in a written request. So Thad might do a quick update and then request the continuance.
Wait, hang on. Which matter are you? You're at
the continuance is 314 Morris Island Road.
Oh,
they didn't get a written request.
I'm following the agenda, which Do you want to do the continuances first?
No, I'm just saying, just updating that Thad might
Oh,
talk
oh,
about
oh.
314 Morris real quick,
Yep.
and still request the continuance, but he might give an update.
And- All right, we'll deal with that date when we get to that. So,
Yes.
okay. Now, first item on the agenda.
All right, sorry. 617 Fox Hill Road, Jar Wedge Holdings LLC, Assessor Map 12M, Parcel 2. Opening of the hearing for proposed removal and replacement of existing foundation plantings and perennials and roses and another planting bed replaced with native plant material, relaying an existing dry laid front walkway, replanting of an existing ornamental planting beds.
Okay, thank you. Is
Good
there?
morning. I'm
Yes.
here. Jen Crawford is here. So we
Morning,
filed
Jen.
this RDA in conjunction with Sorbella Landscaping, who would be doing the work on this project for the owners of 617 Fox Hill. So just in summary, there is a coastal bank adjacent to the property. It is across the road from Fox Hill Road. So the coastal bank sits on the other side of Fox Hill Road. But the buffer zone does cross over the road and into this property, which is why we filed the RDA. All of the work is associated basically with the existing landscape and existing areas that are already landscaped. And so we submitted a plan for your review. And that's basically it. That's why we're here through an RDA.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I have a quick question. So down at the little area in the box at the bottom.
Yeah,
that
the little
is
knoll
part of
area.
Larger existing border garden. Why is only that portion? I don't just understand what's going on here, why that portion's being replaced.
My understanding, and I know that Al Sorbello, the owner of the landscape contracting company, is also on the line. But my understanding is that area is somewhat naturalized, somewhat planted with ornamental species, and so all of the native plantings in the area that are there that exist already, like the pitch pine growing on the knoll, all of that would all remain. But some of the ornamental plantings around the edges, like the perennials and roses, they're just not doing real well. They're older, so we would like to be able to remove those and replace and add in with additional native plantings in that area.
Okay.
And Al, if you have anything to add, I know you're on the phone there somewhere, so please chime
Sure.
in.
No, that's fine. Thanks, Jen. The owner and I, and when we're discussing the initial concept and design.
I'm sorry, I was going to interrupt. Can you please have your name for the
Oh,
record?
of course, my apologies. Al Sorbello, Sorbello Landscaping, Inc.
Thank you. Perfect.
You're welcome. So long story short, the owner didn't really want to have that area ornamental anymore. And I said that would be great. The commission would love to see that converted back to a naturalized setting. We didn't want to draw attention to that. The majority of the landscaping is, as Jen mentioned already, all in the front of the house in the existing beds, which is where the majority of all the work's going to take place anyway. So we didn't need or desire to draw attention to that section of the property, but rather from a design perspective, when you pull in, to have most of the attention brought to the front of the property. In that area, we just wanted to keep convert from more ornamental to more naturalized. And given the proximity of being the closest section towards the buffer or thereabouts, I said that'd be great. The commission would love that anyway. So it's kind of a win-win.
Okay. All right, thank you both. I'll open it up to questions from the commission members. Bob, Rawls, questions?
Yes, thank you, Janet. On the map, the planning plan, or let's see what it's called, the landscape plan, shows the 100-foot line. Is there a 50-foot buffer line that is on the property or supposed to be on the property?
The 50-foot buffer line would fall halfway between. It's approximately at the property edge. Most of the 50-foot no disturb zone is taken up by Fox Hill Road itself.
Okay, so the planning that we're talking about doesn't have any of the 50-foot buffer zone within it.
It might touch the edge of it up where Fox Hill Road is labeled. It might touch the very edge of it, but again, most of the no disturb zone is taken up by Fox Hill Road itself. And the existing, the planting beds shown on the plan, especially those around the front walkway, are already there and are already planted with ornamentals. So there's no expansion of ornamental planting beds or anything like that.
Right. Okay. So you're putting more natives in the bed near the sidewalk. Was there some indication of the breakdown percentage or like,
The plan that was provided by Al and his company were all keyed, so we included that key on here. What I can tell you is that the most everything I believe in the bed closest to the road, furthest away from the house, is all native, and there are also some eastern red cedar trees being planted in the bed in front of the house, the existing landscape bed, of which there are no natives now. So, and generally speaking, this will definitely transition any planted areas within your jurisdiction to a much higher native plant content than what currently exists.
right? Yeah, I see the key. It's a little hard to, there's so many different symbols, a little hard to follow what is what, but nevertheless, it would be good to have a statement, let's just say percentage breakdown or something like that. So what I'm trying to figure out is whenever the agent goes out there for certificate of compliance, that actually for this, they wouldn't be that. This is just an RDA.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Never mind. Okay. I think that's all. Those are the only questions I had. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Bob Del Vecchio, questions or comments?
In the larger bed that's going to be redone, I noticed the cryptomeria that was there. Those are going to remain, correct?
That's a better question for Al.
Yes, they are going to remain.
And if you plant the red cedar around those, aren't you going to run into the same problem, 20 years down the road with the red cedar as you did with the English holly?
Part of the ongoing work, being that this is such a ornamental bed in its majority, we're going to obviously continue to maintain that. They're going to be Yoshinos, so they're not going to cap out, especially with the light structure above it. We'll be able to maintain that.
Okay, so that's a smaller cultivar then, correct?
Yeah, it's not like a Radican. A Radican would get much more. It's a good question, but it's a different variety. I mean, they would if they're left completely neglected. However, as you can tell when you look at the property, I'm sure you'll have during your walkthrough beforehand, I mean, this is a highly ornamental property to begin with. So while we're going to maintain some of that, we are introducing some of these like eastern red cedars and such to increase the content of natives. But in amongst that, we'll be able to maintain things as they go forward.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks, Bob. Tom, questions?
Yeah, I'm a bit confused on this. I hear lots of references to native or indigenous plantings, and yet the second bullet on the paperwork says specifically they're going to be planting ornamentals, which I translate to mean non-native species. And this is within jurisdictional lands of the commission, and I thought we generally had a policy that we encourage, to put it as politely as I can, the use of native plantings. And so if they're basically going to be throwing a lot of ornamentals or even a few into the area, I would oppose it.
If I may speak,
Yes,
Member
go ahead,
Ward.
Al. Yep.
So again, this whole area that we're talking about planting is pretty much entirely non-natives. We're going to be, and these are existing ornamental beds. We're not expanding the ornamental beds. We're not adding any more size or square footage to this. This is all ornamental to begin with. What we are doing is we're taking a significant chunk of what already exists as ornamentals, as you can see inside the boxed area, and converting that entire section to native. And we're just going to take the existing ornamental beds, change some of the ornamentals that are currently in there, smack dab in the front of the middle of the property, in the middle of the lawn, and change some of those up, while at the same time taking up a huge biomass with those 4 eastern red cedars being planted in the middle and converting those over to native. So it's an extensive ornamental bed on both sections, one of which is being completely converted to native, and the ornamental primary bed in the front, a large portion of that is going to be converted to native, while yet still remaining ornamental as it is a primary feature in the front of the house, smack dab in the middle of Fox Hill Road.
And also, the reason that we're here under an RDA is because, this is in areas that are already that already exist as this, and there will be no adverse impact to any sort of resource areas here. The resource area sits on the opposite side of Fox Hill Road. So
the reason for my concern about the use of non-native plants is that non-native plants generally require exogenous inputs such as fertilizer, irrigated water, et cetera, that are, again, things that as a matter of policy, we generally have discouraged because of their adverse effect.
I can definitely understand that. This property has been throughout the whole area has been irrigated for, close to 2 decades now with no negative impact. Again, being that the resource area of concern is across the street and down the hill on the opposite side of Fox Hill Road.
Okay. Any other questions, Tom?
No, I'm not. The advocates for the applicant have been very straightforward and have made a reasonable argument for their position. I still oppose any use of non-native plants within jurisdictional lands.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Latin, questions?
I think actually most of my questions have been answered. I, as well as Tom, would love to see a little more native plants and a little less ornamental. I know that it's an ornamental garden and it's beautiful, and I know that you are replacing that lower area, the box where you said that sort of wasn't the main point of this hearing, but I'm sure it's going to look lovely and they've had ornamental, but I would love to see a little bit more native.
Members of the board, may I add one point?
Yes, please go ahead, Al.
If you look at the square footages that you can clearly see outlined, that entire box, which at this point currently is the vast majority ornamental, and the biomass of the proposed 4 eastern red cedars, you can clearly identify just looking at that you're going to have a reduction about approximately 50% in terms of biomass of non-natives being converted to natives, which...
Okay, good luck.
Okay, sorry about that.
So sorry about that. That wasn't me.
That's why we ask people to mute. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, in all honesty, to your point, we really did approach this plan with those concerns in mind, which the homeowner does respect and was appreciative of the fact saying, I know I'm in a resource area, let's work with this and try to make this good. So we really thought, and looking at this saying, okay, they're going to get essentially a 50% improvement of going from non-native to native as in terms of a biomass within these 2 areas inside the resource. Yes, it is completely all ornamentals for the most part now, but this is head over heels what I would have interpreted as a fantastic plan to address the concerns that all the members have addressed already.
Okay, thank you. Karen, any other questions?
No more, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sullivan, questions or comments?
I only have one question. Do we know where the runoff drains from Fox Hill Road? Does it go towards the resource area or away?
In this particular spot in Fox Hill Road, the property sits higher than Fox Hill Road, so it is conceivable that stormwater runoff from that road either goes down that coastal bank across the street from the property or runs down Fox Hill Road at some point and goes off either to the right or the left in the adjacent land. Without having to, topography or survey, it would be hard to tell, but eventually all runoff from Fox Hill Road is going to make its way, or at least the majority of it, likely into your resource area.
I believe currently I'm trying to remember around the corner there, Strong Island Road is right there, but I believe there's a storm drain on the Strong Island side, so it would run down as you're facing the house to the right and be picked up on that one on the corner of Strong Island Road, as I recall. I can't guarantee it, but that's as I recall it.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Francisconi, questions or comments?
No, I think all my questions have been answered.
Okay, thank you all. So, Tom, I want to respond to your point. The only hard and fast rule, if we can even call it that we adhere to in terms of natives versus ornamentals is within the wetland resource areas themselves and within the 50-foot no disturb zone, where we almost always disallow the use of ornamentals. In the outer aura, I think you used the word encourage, which is, I would second that use. We encourage the use of natives. We have not ever prohibited the use of ornamentals in the outer aura. It's a question that remains hanging over us, whether we should or will take that step. But at the moment, we haven't, and we haven't disapproved projects that have non-native ornamentals in the outer aura. So given that we still have a fair amount of flexibility, in my view, you're looking at I think Al put his finger on it, a 50% reduction in the biomass of the ornamentals in this area in favor of natives. I think given that it's a very disturbed site, it's across the road, that this will not have, in my view, a negative impact on the resource area. But with that, I would ask if there is a motion for a negative determination.
Ms. Boberls, I move for a negative determination on this.
And just as a reminder to the new members, the negative determination means that the commission is finding that the project qualifies for it is not required to submit an NOI to approve this. It meets the criteria for the request for determination of applicability. So backwards, but it's the way the statute works. So is there a second to the motion for a negative determination?
Madam Chair, if I could just clarify real quick.
Yep.
It's Nikki. So I would like the motion to be a -3 determination, and that means that work is in the buffer zone, but will not alter the coastal bank and does not require a notice of intent.
I'm sorry, I stand corrected. I skipped you, Nikki, and I apologize for that. So negative determination number 3.
Yes.
I re-motion that the negative determination. What's the official phraseology? This is
-3 determination that work is in the buffer zone, but will not alter the coastal bank.
Okay, we'll just call it a -3.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
Alvecchio, second.
All right, roll call vote for the approval of the motion for determination for 617 Fox Hill Road. Commissioner Rawls?
Aye.
Delvecchio?
Aye.
Clark?
No.
Latin?
Aye.
Sullivan?
Aye.
I vote aye. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 0. So that negative determination is approved. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, members of the board.
Thank you, Al. We're ready to move on to the next one.
Oh, sorry, that's me. 144 Chat Harbor Lane, Al Jean Nominee Trust, Eugene Farber and Harvey Ross, trustees. Opening of hearing for proposed upgrade of a septic system, Assessor Map 5B, Parcel 10.
Good morning. For the record, I'm John Eldridge, Southeast, here representing the Al Jean Nominee Trust. Before you is an aerial map of the property. Most of you have seen this before, as we've been there. So the site itself is close to 5 acres. Much of it is wet, much of it's in buffer. We have an existing 3-bedroom cottage that's in the front of the property. You do not see my screen updating. Has it? There we go. So the existing septic system is well within 50 feet of the isolated wetland. The septic tank is within the buffer to the coastal bank. The applicants are proposing to upgrade the the septic system by utilizing the septic tank and then constructing a new leaching field, which will meet the state requirements for setbacks. We were before the Board of Health last week and we received variances for the local setbacks. The proposal is to keep that septic system in the disturbed area and not have to take out trees in the process. So we're before you with a request for determination of applicability for your approval for construction of the septic system within the disturbed areas, realizing full well that we're not meeting the setbacks that are outlined locally, but meeting those under Title V. If there are questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you, Thad. So the Board of Health granted all the variances that you requested that you needed for this?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And this is, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm assuming this is being done as a condition to the sale of the property so that it passes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right, let me open it up to questions from commissioners. We'll start with Bob Delvecchio. Do you have questions for Thad?
Thad, you mentioned that no trees will be removed, correct?
That's the plan. I mean, there are trees that get close to the overdig, but they should be fine.
Okay, but if they get filled over, the root systems get filled over, will that fill be removed so the trees, don't get impacted?
Yes, if there is any fill that spills out towards them, it'll be less than a foot, so it shouldn't impact them.
Okay, based on that, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Tom, questions for Thad?
Yeah, I'm going to be a cynic for a moment. I know that's so unusual.
What a surprise. Yep.
But Tad, given the history of this site the skeptical side of me says what's happening here is we're being asked to allow work to occur within a resource area so that you can get a closure on a real estate deal that will most likely result in the closure, destruction, removal of the septic system and the house that's there located so that other areas on the site can be developed. Tell me why I'm wrong about that.
Madam Chair, this is Bill Riley.
Hey,
Yes,
Bill.
good morning, Mr. Riley.
Yeah, so I represent the property owners. And, well, Thad is a great engineer. He's not really in touch with all the conditions of the sale. So this is not a condition of the sale. Just so you know.
Okay.
That's not what the paperwork says, Bill. What am I missing?
Well, what you're missing is Thad filled out the paperwork wrong. I represent the owners. Bill Litchfield represents the buyer. And this, this action is not a condition of the sale. So it happens to be a reasonable request. And the fact that, our resident cynic wants to look down the road to what might happen in the future. When we have a cesspool, what used to be a cesspool, but is now used as a leak part of the existing system. This has only 2 feet of separation from the groundwater and is in a very dangerous location relative to your protected requirement. So this is trying to somehow punish a property owner because of what might happen in the future is completely inappropriate for a Conservation Commission meeting. Thank you.
I'm not trying to punish a property owner. I'm wondering. I agree with you. The cesspool needs to be gotten rid of. But I'm wondering if what we're being asked to do is I'll be perfectly honest with you, a cynical cover for that we approve work in a resource area that will basically be rendered moot by what is going to happen to the property after it changes hands. I don't, under that hypothesis that I'm posing, I don't see why we should allow work to occur within a resource area if all the end result of that work is going to be that it's completely ignored and made moot because it'll be basically set aside when the property is developed by the buyer.
Well, let me bring a dose of reality to your cynicism. We don't know what's going to happen to this property in the future. We do know that the previous prospective purchaser went through a long and torturous application process and was denied. And so right now, the buyer intends to use the house as a summer residence. Whether he uses it for himself and his family or whether they rent it, it's going to be used. And so, if you want him to continue using the septic system, if we assume for a moment that he is going to make application to redevelop the property in a different way, so let's say it takes him 3 years to get that approval. So you want to keep using the septic system that only has 2 feet of separation from groundwater. It is in a much closer proximity to other resource areas. Is that what you want, Tom?
I already said that I thought that the proximity to groundwater definitely is an issue that needs to be addressed. But the reason,
well, this is the way we're addressing it, and we're not going to do anything else.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, if I may, we have 2 options here. We could put a septic system within the disturbed portion of the site, or we could take down a few dozen trees and put the septic system in the back part of the property. And that's the proposal that's before you today. We're looking at the least impact to the environment by putting the septic system where we're proposing it.
Well, the fact that Bill has assured us that it's going to be used definitely changes my mind on the site, because I was concerned that it was going to be a useless gesture done solely for the purposes of helping a real estate transaction, and not one that will actually have a beneficial effect. But it sounds like, from what we're being told by Mr. Riley, and I have absolutely no reason not to believe what he's telling us, that that changes my my assessment of the proposal.
Okay.
Thank you.
Questions or comments, Tom?
I'm sorry?
Any other questions or comments?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Latin, questions or comments?
I don't have anything at this point.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sullivan.
I'm new, so have patience with me. Basically, we're dealing with a failed septic system right now, so whatever happens is an improvement for the environment, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Francisconi?
I'd have to agree that, yeah, any improvement to the existing cesspool will be extremely beneficial for the area that it's in now. So, yeah, I have no further questions, but that's what I would have to say as well.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Rawls?
Well, just one question. And so I understand that the Board of Health approved it, but there was some mention of a non-compliance with some setback. What was the setback that is the issue?
So under the state, the septic tank needs to be 25 feet from the resource areas. We exceed that. The leaching area needs to be 50 feet from the resource areas, and we meet that. Under the local requirements, the septic tank is supposed to be 50 feet from the resource areas. The current septic tank is only 38 feet from the top of the coastal bank. The leaching needs to be 100 feet from all the resource areas. And we have a variety of differences with the proposed. We're 51 feet from the top of the coastal bank, 78 feet from the top of a different coastal bank, and 60 feet from the isolated wetland. So we requested local variances while fully meeting the state level requirements, and the Board of Health was able to grant those.
Okay, so the Board of Health approved these setback variances.
Correct.
Okay, all right, good. Yeah, I see it seems like obviously an improvement, and you've tried to position it so that there's least impact on the surrounding vegetation, so I'm fine with it. No questions.
Thank you. Thank you. I agree with most of what's been said. Clearly, it has to be replaced. I share Tom's concern that we're going through what might just be a paper exercise, but whatever. I hear Attorney Riley's argument that pending whatever redevelopment, if any, happens on this property, it's some way down the road, and in the interim, they'll be using it. So we need to take permit whatever action is needed to fix the existing septic. And I agree that while it could be moved out of the buffer zone, doing so would ultimately cause more environmental damage by removing all the trees. So I'm good with it. Do I hear a motion then? I don't believe there's any conditions on this. Nicole, do you have questions?
Yep, so we had two abutters submit letters. Do you want me to read them in full or just highlight what their points are?
Are they lengthy?
They're a little bit long, and most of it is in regards to what are they going to do in the future with the house.
Okay, can you just summarize if they have pertinent comments on what we're looking at here?
Yep, so they both, there's two letters, they both agree that it's an improvement on the septic system, but they are worried about future development of the project and increase the number of bedrooms and such. They also both mention that there's a culvert that might have to be driven over with heavy equipment that could crush the culvert and stop flow to an adjacent marsh. So I do want that one to just be addressed real quick by Thad if he could.
Yep.
Sure. When we permitted for the McKennas, or attempted to permit for the McKennas, we did have a plan to put steel plates down over that culvert. Obviously, if anything is broken, they're going to have to repair it. And it is important that that culvert remain open.
All right, so basically I would just say I put, two small conditions on there that the culvert, if damaged, gets repaired, and that any disturbed areas are replanted with native vegetation. And then with that, I would recommend a -2 and a -3 determination. And just so you know what that means, a -2 means that there is work in a resource area, which is flood zone in this case. And a -3 means that it's in buffer zone to coastal bank and such. But I do recommend a -2 and a -3.
Okay, thank you. And just for the record, Nicole, do you have the names of the abutters who submitted the comments?
Sure. I have Thomas and Mary Doms and Steve Wardell.
Okay.
And Barb Bolton.
Sorry. If I could add one more thought. The stones that were added to the wall after it was constructed, those were transported to the site over that culvert as well. So it's not as frail as it could be, but it's not as strong as it should be.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes. I'm seeing a hand raised. Go ahead.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Hello. This is EJ and Louis Hybe at 25 Chat Harbor. There were 4 letters submitted from neighbors, and 2 went to Mary Foguer, so ours was not submitted there apparently. Our main concern, we applaud the efforts of the homeowner to use the present site and the previously disturbed site to upgrade the system. But our concerns lie in how they're going to get there to do that. It's a concern that's come before you previously for this property. And we don't see where there's any agreement in place by the present property owners to have an emergency plan to help us as abutters to the marsh should this culvert fail and our properties be flooded, which is a real possibility right now. And so we are asking for some type of an agreement by Mr. Farber and Mr. Ross to attend to that in a timely fashion. And the other issue that is a conservation issue has to do with with the marsh itself and, any damage that might ensue from an outright flooding of the marsh coming from the larger marsh. So that is our concern. And, we would like that addressed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, as you've heard, this is a request for determination of applicability. We're not issuing an order of conditions. So we don't have that option of putting a lot of protective provisions in there and conditions. We will add, as Nikki has indicated, conditions to the determination that we're making to repair any damage to the culvert and replant any disturbed areas with natives. Beyond that, Thad or Bill Riley, is there any indication that you're willing to address the neighbors' concerns and give them something that would obligate you to do repairs to the culvert if it's damaged?
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, this is Bill Riley. Other than the condition that you're imposing, the current property owners are not going to be the owners of the property after Friday. And so I think the concerns of Ms. McKenna and Dr. Hyde are overblown. The culvert's been there for an awful long time, and there's no advantage to either the current property owners or the future property owners if it's damaged. And so they'll have a responsible contractor who will do what's necessary to protect it. And in the unlikely event that something happens to it, it'll be repaired. So so we're not in a position to do a guarantee because we're not going to be the owner after Friday. But
I don't hear them asking for a guarantee. I'm just wondering if you're willing to give them more assurance than is going to be in a condition appended to a determination that the culvert will be repaired, so that there's no damage to their properties.
Well, since my clients aren't going to be the owners of the property after Friday,
right?
I'm a little mystified as to, and both the engineer Thad and the contractor, whoever it is, I can assure the commission that the Dubas Company is a very responsible company. It's been in business in Chatham for about 75 years. And that, if there's any damage, they'll repair it. But I can't give them a guarantee because, as I say, I don't represent the buyers. And
okay, I hear you on all that. And that's fine. I'll just say we will put in the conditions that requires the repair to the culvert in the event that it is damaged, and to repair any damages to the vegetation in the area and replant it with natives. Beyond that, you would look to whatever other remedies you might have at law against a party who caused any kind of damage to your property. But given the nature of how this request has come to us, that's as much as we can do at the moment. I see another hand raised. Mr. Hyde, am I saying it right?
That's Dr. Hyde.
Dr. Hyde. It just says Ellen and Lewis to me. Okay, did you have a comment? Further comment? Hello?
Madam Chair, can you
Yes.
hear me?
Thank
This is Mary.
Yes?
Okay. Just for the record, I do have 2 letters expressing the same concerns, the concerns for the culvert and the vegetation, and they are from Ellen McKenna Hyde, Lewis Hyde, and Lorraine Lieb.
Okay. All right, I think we've got the full list of abutters and concerns. Are there any other questions or comments? Frankly, I've lost my place in terms of questions or comments from the commissioners. I think we've gone through the whole roll. All right, is there then a motion for a -2 and 3 determination for 144 Chat Harbor Lane?
Yes, Bob Rawls so moved with the conditions that the culvert be repaired if damaged and any vegetation removed will be replaced with natives.
Is there a second?
Clark, second.
All right, roll call vote for the RDA for 144 Chat Harbor Lane. Commissioner Rawls,
Aye.
Delvecchio,
Aye.
Clark,
Aye.
Latin,
Aye.
Sullivan.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. That's 6-0-0. It's approved.
Thank you much.
All right, thank you very much. All right, Nikki, ready to move
No,
on?
thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Thank you, Thad.
All right, next we have 69 Strong Island Road, map 13M, parcel B17 for Joan Messina. The hearing is for proposed extension of a cinder block walls on both sides of driveway and planting at the top of the walls, removal of organic material, put down sub-base material and pea stone for additional parking on the east side of the lot, removal of grass to construct an extension to the existing driveway, and install cobblestone aprons.
Mr. and Mrs. Messina, I believe I saw, are you with us this morning?
Yes.
Present this? Yes, good morning. If you'd like to just run through the highlights of your proposal, please.
Sure. First, I'll apologize in advance because it seems like everyone that has presented before us is very well knowledged, and we're going to admit up front that this is our first time through this, and ask that you please be patient with us.
You will be patient. We're glad to see homeowners, taking the initiative and stepping up to get their own way through this process. It's daunting. So go ahead.
Thank you. First, on either side of of our garage at the end of our driveway, there are 11-foot cinder block walls that are used as retaining walls. For the most part, there has been a tremendous amount of erosion on either side. So what we're proposing is to extend those walls from approximately 11 feet each to approximately 20 feet. They would start in height closest to the house at 5 feet and then taper down to approximately 1 foot. On the north side of the garage door, the retaining wall would actually curve, and then there would be native plantings put on top. I believe one of the committee members had asked that we submit a proposed planting
Plan.
So my wife and I put one together. We submitted it. I hope that everyone has received it. I believe it's pretty straightforward, and it will be with all natural plantings. Native plantings, rather. On the south side of the driveway, the extension of the wall, there will not be any additional plantings. The plantings that are there will exist. Nothing will be disturbed. The walls, like I said, will have drainage and the appropriate level of weeping holes and so on and so forth. Those are the two stone walls. Additionally, what we have come across in our year and a half of living here is that we are on the entrance into the property, or the driveway entrance is on a blind curve. And so getting in and out of the property has been very difficult. There have been a couple of very near incidences. So we're proposing two things. One is to, on the east side of the property, close to the road, is to carve out a parking turnaround area, which will be 20 by 30, which will allow a person that has pulled into the driveway to back into that and then turn around. Backing out of the driveway is
almost impossible to do because you're backing into a street that's blind, and unfortunately, with the public beach access at the end of the road during the spring and summer, it's a road that is traveled. Unfortunately, people go a little too fast. And when they hit that curve, if you're backing out, there's going to be an accident. So the additional parking and turnaround area will allow you to turn around. But that having been said, even pulling out of the driveway forward is dangerous. And so what we're proposing is to increase the driveway to essentially create a circular driveway that moves the entrance further up Strong Island Road. It moves the entrance approximately 50 or 60 feet. So the way we look at it is when we enter or exit the property, we have about 25 feet of lead time as far as what we can see. And a person traveling at 30 miles an hour, that's just not enough. So we're trying to increase that lead time as much as we can, and this will give us an additional 50 or 60 feet of lead time, increasing it to a total of about 80. As far as the disturbing for the additional parking and the driveway, no plantings will be removed, no trees will be removed. It is currently grass, mulch, and dirt.
Okay.
And I hope I've explained it, and now I'll open it to questions or.
All right. Thank you very much. Commissioner Clark, I'll start with you.
I'm wondering if this is really more of a zoning issue, that's all. I think the proposal is perfectly reasonable. I just don't know if it's exclusively us or if it should be us and the town zoning or.
I did apply to the zoning area, so I have sent an application in there. But I know they're behind, so she said maybe May.
I thought they said May 22nd.
Second, maybe,
May 22nd.
depending on their, load. So we have applied for that as well. A special.
Great.
permit. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have any more questions, Janet.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Letton?
I don't have any questions. It seems very reasonable.
Thank you. Commissioner Sullivan?
I don't have any questions either.
Okay. Commissioner Rawls?
Right, I don't have any questions. I think that we have now a planting list of the plants they'll put by the retaining wall, which are natives as I understand it. So yeah, it looks like a safety issue.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Del Vecchio?
Yes, I applaud the homeowners for coming to the Conservation Department. A lot of people wouldn't. But I have one question about the plantings above the wall. This is going to be common juniper, correct? Just a mass planting of juniper?
No.
Pasture juniper?
I think 2 will be pasture junior. I'm not too good at this. You speak.
Two will be what we're looking, I believe, is 2 pasture junipers, sweet peppercorn, 3. Fragrant Zumac 1, and then dense St. John worts, a few of those. But we're certainly open to suggestion. When I initially looked at this, I thought that the planting may need to be a little heavier. My wife, who is much better at this than I am, thinks that it's fine to do it a little sparser and let it grow in.
Yes, probably like 3 feet on center, something like that.
Yep.
2 or 3 feet on center.
Okay. Yep.
If you haven't already, I would urge you to take a look at the Barnstable County Cooperative Extension. Has a great list online of native plants.
I have the list from you guys.
Yeah.
And I made my own list with pictures so I could kind of see what they look like.
Yeah.
And it has recommended sizes and spacings and densities so that you can use that as a guide. for
Thank
how.
you.
Thank you very much.
Got that done?
Okay. Nikki, questions?
Nope, I'm good. I recommend a -2, -3 determination, so work will be in a buffer zone as well as in the flood zone. And I mean, we can put a couple conditions on it we can just state on the permit that, it has to be native plantings and they have to be, dense enough. So we can put that as a condition, but otherwise I don't see an issue. So -2, -3.
Okay, thank you. I agree. I think that it's clear when you look at it that the erosion is a real problem. I think that pulling out that invasive ivy and the forsythia and replacing them with all natives in that area is a great improvement, particularly since that area is the closest to the resource area.
Yep.
I'm undisturbed, unbothered by the proposed parking area, which is going to be stone over what is now compacted soil and weeds. So no real change in terms of the floodplain. Are you going to abandon the existing driveway when the new one is put in, or are you going to retain both?
I think we are going to retain both.
Okay, just
Yeah.
check. So that is, and that's stone, so that's a wash anyway as well.
Yep.
Okay, then I'm going to call for a motion for a -2 and 3 determination for 69 Strong Island Road.
Yeah, Bob Rawls, so moved with the conditions that Nikki expressed.
Clark, second.
Roll call vote for the negative determination. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Latin.
Aye.
Sullivan.
Aye.
I vote aye as well, 600. That is approved. Thank you very much, Mr. and Mrs. Messina.
Thank
Well
you.
done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairperson, one last thing. The resource that you just mentioned, can you repeat that, please?
I just said the resource area,
No, the committee.
I'm sorry, the resource to look at
the
plant-
Barnstable County Cooperative Extension native plant list.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for your
Thank
time.
you very much. Good luck with your project. Let us know when it's done. We'll take a look.
Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye
All
now.
right, Nikki, we're ready to move on then to our first notice of intent.
All right, the first notice of intent is for 80 Ridgevale Road South, Assessor's Map 7B, Parcel G63, Gary and Carolyn Terry. I have not received an SE number, just so we know that I've seen. I'll check in a minute and make sure DEP hasn't issued one. But the hearing is for proposed installation of a 280 square foot deck at 80 Ridgevale Road South.
Is there somebody presenting?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission. This is Dave Bennett. I am representing the project today on behalf of the engineer of record, Linda Pinto, who could not be here. This is you've seen this before for the upgrade of a septic system. This property has unique properties by virtually being within the entire area of the property being within the 100-foot buffer zone of the coastal bank. Thank you very much for that. So the Terrys would like to amend their order of conditions to include this proposed deck. They currently have a patio in the back area, which is sloped, and it creates some safety concerns for them as well as some foot traffic over the area that falls within the 50-foot buffer zone for the existing coastal bank that's out there. The neighbors have a stone revetment, and the area outside the lawn is heavily vegetated. So to mitigate any issues relative to performance of the coastal bank, there is no removal of any mass, but there's 2-to-1 mitigation presented in the planting of 29 large to medium-sized shrubs at the spacing indicated there. I think it's 2 gallons at 2 to 4 foot spacing. The owners have not, in communications with Nikki, the owners have not prepared a specific landscape plan as having selected from the cooperative extensions list of plants for shady marine environments. Of course, they would be facultative or obligate species that would be planted, further fortifying the coastal bank in an area where it is not currently vegetated, and then also around the area of the proposed deck. I'm happy to answer any additional questions that the commission might have relative to this project and the performance of the coastal bank.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Let me just clarify. You said that this is not being submitted as an amendment to an existing order of conditions. It's coming in as a brand new notice of intent. Is that
correct?
Okay. So you got
and
me.
I believe that was based on Linda's conversation with Paul or Nicole prior to this application.
Okay. As long as we're clear that this is a new notice of intent. Nikki, do you know, is there an existing, I'm blanking on this one. Is there an existing order of conditions, and is it what is it for, and is it still open?
Let me check and I will get back to you briefly.
Okay. Mr. Bennett, for the benefit of, oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
The prior filing was for the installation and upgrade of the existing septic system that is shown here in the upper right-hand corner of the property.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Can you, this property has a number of different flood zones listed. And for the benefit of some of our newer members, I wonder if you would just explain, I'm seeing there's a VE zone, an AE zone, and an X zone, all of which are on the other side of the vegetated area. Can you explain what an X zone is? Because that's the one that's going to be closest to the proposal.
Well, the X zone is actually an area of minimum flooding. The velocity zones are those areas where there may be wave action in the case of a coastal storm. So those are resource areas as land subject to coastal flowage. There is also the Bucks Creek, which is open water, which has its own resource delineations, and then there is a coastal bank. The coastal bank is established by the topography on the lot and the flood zone elevation, which is called out on the plan. So to simplify it, basically it's the break of slope above the flood zone that establishes the coastal bank, and the performance of the coastal bank, which is the most intrusive to this property, is to prevent flood damage to the property. So in the performance here, what we are looking at is to try to further fortify the coastal bank so that it continues to provide protection against storm damage. Now, this lot, as I said, is a relatively small lot that's in an area that abuts Bucks Creek, and that is subject to both flooding and wave action. This proposal mitigation is to provide additional vegetation to stabilize the bank and also enhance the capacity of the habitat, or improve the habitat by providing plants and shrubs that have berries or flowers that in fact provide habitat and or food source to the flora, to the fauna that exist in this area.
Thank you. Can you, what I don't see in the proposal is a work protocol or construction protocol or details about the nature of this proposed deck, the materials. Is it going to be on sonotubes or on pilings, or how is it being installed?
It's my understanding that it would be installed on sonotubes with the use of composite materials for the decking and I'm sorry, the name of the pressure treated material for the sub slab, which is based on this ferrous rather than the chromium, arsenic chromium. AQT, AQE.
I hear you, I know, but I can't bring it up either. Okay.
I'm sorry, but it's the sub base would be pressure treated wood for the support, and the decking itself would be composite decking.
Okay.
As far as the construction protocol, all work would be from the driveway, restricted within the limit of work that is shown there, with the revegetation as specified. This is all lawn area with minimum habitat value. We seek to increase the habitat value through the restorative plantings that are shown here.
Okay. Obviously, this deck is being proposed within the 50-foot no disturb zone. That triggers the requirement for a variance. I did note that an attempt at an alternatives analysis was presented, but all it did was present what's proposed or nothing. I wonder whether there might have been more of an effort made to look at whether the deck could have been sited in another area out of the no disturb zone. There's this area in here that it could have been where part of it would probably still be in the NDZ, but most of it would not. Saying that, recognizing that a good portion of the house is already within the NDZ, but there is a requirement for a variance for this project. And while some alternative was considered, there was not any request for a variance. So I think you would need to add that, as well as supply a detailed work protocol, construction protocol, and some more detail on the design of the deck. A profile would be needed. And let me open it up to other questions from other commissioners. So Karen, I'll start with you this time. Questions or comments?
I agree, Janet, with what you've said. I would love to see if it could be placed further out of the 50-foot area. And I also was questioning what the plantings were going to be. It just says that they're mitigation plantings, but there's no detail as to whether they're natives or what. And of course, how the deck is being built, the materials, and is it possible to do this without machinery that would maybe have less of an impact on the area? That's it for me.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Sullivan, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, relative to the machinery comment, just prior, are we able to just require that the sonotubes, I know they're gonna go down 4 feet, but we're dealing mostly with sand. Are we able to require that those just be hand dug to minimize disturbing the slope within the NDZ?
Is that feasible, Mr. Bennett? Do they need to use any kind of heavy or any machinery or to install them, or is that possible to do it by hand, considering that you're in the NDZ?
No, there is, thank you, Madam Chair. There is no intent to bring any equipment around. This is all handwork, anticipated. There may be some power tools that are certainly used, compressors for nailing or augers for plantings, but no, there's no equipment. There's no backhoe or mini excavator or any other equipment that would be intended for the construction. and so also through the chair, I'll wait till I hear all the rest of the comments, but I did want to speak to the issue of the relocation of the deck to a different location that might be a little further away before we close this hearing.
Okay. Terry, did you have anything else?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Rawls, questions or comments from you?
Yeah, I guess I'm echoing what has been said so far. There's just sort of a general lack of detail all around. There's also no coverage table, I think, that was presented. So in other words, I think you said that there's a existing patio, or is that the small thing right at the end of the house that would be that you're talking about? In other words, I'm
through
trying
the chair.
Yes.
Through the chair, there was a table of area calculations submitted with this application.
There was.
It's page 7 of 8 of the application.
Okay, that's fine.
And yes, the existing area that I'm speaking of for what is that square that's not filled in on the plan is the area where they leave the house and they entertain in that area or use that area for, sitting and looking at the water or their placing of the lounge chairs existing. So this is a proposed engineering structure that would get all that activity off the ground and onto the decking itself. But yes, I am speaking of the open square as the existing area that's being utilized.
All right. I'm going through the digital copy. I'm a digital guy, and I don't receive paper copies. And in the digital file that I have, there is no coverage tables. For somehow it didn't make it to me, at least. And so I'll be interested in looking at that.
I can certainly put that on the plan.
Okay.
That would be helpful because I too am digital and I haven't seen it either. So, okay.
So I guess I'll come back to Janet's comments about the alternatives analysis. I guess the rationale for this request seems to rest to a significant degree on safety issues. Am I correct there?
Well, I think that it's more of a use and safety right now. It's a sloped area, it's grassed, it's being disturbed, it's being utilized now for the pleasure of the property. Of course, this is a wonderful view from this this area overlooking the Bucks Creek and into Nantucket Sound. So it's always been used in that capacity. Now it is just an engineered structure that will then allow them to designate an area where they're going to put their chairs and where they're going to have these activities. So I guess, frankly speaking, that the issue of safety and use of the property and under the performance standards of the coastal bank buffer zone, and also the fact that it's creating any impervious space, but pervious space is the reason why they want to propose this.
All right. Well, I was just reading from the NOI where it talked at some length about how people are falling and so forth. So, but it's also for views. That wasn't in the application. So it's good to know. I noticed in the application it said the equipment, quote, will consist of work trucks only. And I contrasting that with your earlier statements that there would be no heavy machinery back there. So anyway, there's a discrepancy, an apparent discrepancy.
Well, I'm if I may, through the chair.
Yes.
The issue is that the entire property is in the buffer zone, and so there will be work trucks that park in the existing driveway area to bring materials onto the site. My mistake is saying that beyond the parking area and in this area, there is not going to be any equipment, or it would be acceptable to us, and we will certainly clarify that it'll be handwork in this area with power tools.
Right. So, okay. The only, I guess, my fundamental comment would be to echo Janet's note that the alternatives analysis was fairly skimpy. And in other words, could the objectives be achieved with some permeable patio, perhaps of a lesser scale? I guess that is one thing that occurred to me when I looked at this project. And then I think I have no other comments. Also, it was noted there's no variance that was requested, which obviously needs to be. So a lot of detail needs to be filled in.
Yep. Okay, thank you, Bob.
So noted.
Theo?
Yes, Janet. Yeah, I agree with you on the deck. Wondering if it could be wrapped around to the south west of the building, in that little corner there. Maybe come out a little bit where the slider is, and then wrap around the left of the house there where the arrows are. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the plantings, I think we need a planting plan. And I also think that if we're going to plant by the honeysuckle, by the wooded area at the top of the bank, that there be a little bit of a corridor in between the natives and the invasives, just to keep the invasives from invading into that planting. And that's all I had. Just wondering if that could be moved.
Bob, are there a lot of invasives down in this area adjacent to the?
Where it says wooded, that's invasive honeysuckle. And I'm not sure about the other side, but I imagine there are some invasives. So I would like to see a little bit of spacing between the new plantings and the existing.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Clark.
I concur with the comments of the chair and Commissioner Latin. That's it.
Okay. Commissioner Francisconi.
I think everything that I had questions on has been previously hit upon, particularly a detail of the materials being used and further detail on the plantings.
Yep.
So I don't have anything further to add.
Okay. Nikki. Questions, comments?
All right, so just to review, well, first comment, what square footage of plantings is being done? I didn't find that specified. So we're doing a 280 square foot deck. We would need at least 560 square feet of plantings, since it's work in the no disturb, so 2 to 1.
Through the chair?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Bennett.
Nikki, wasn't the Town of Chatham's filing requirements included with the area calculations table? Was that not part of the package?
It's in the table.
Let me see.
Regardless, it is showing as 560 feet, and
yep,
I believe that the.
Yeah, I don't have that in a digital form. I haven't seen that.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Janet, I have it in the hard form, and it is in there.
Okay, but Mr. Bennett, you said you would add that table to the plan itself so that.
Yes, through the chair, we'd like to ask the commission for continuance to address the issues and to fill in the gaps that were identified at this hearing.
Yep, we're gonna run
could you
that
mark
list
us up
so
for
that- Yep. We'll make sure everybody's clear on what needs to be done next. But Nikki, anything else?
Nope, I was just going to go through what my notes say that we wanted.
Okay, let's do that.
Revised, so revised alternative analysis, a work protocol of, specifying that the trucks are going to stay in the driveway, everything will be hand dug, a more specific planting plan that shows what native vegetation's going in. And if you could just call out the square footage on the planting plan of the planting areas. We have no SE number, so we have to continue anyway. I believe people wanted a profile plan of the deck and update the site plan with the coverage table. I believe that's all we discussed.
And the one thing is that, that Bob mentioned, Mr. Bennett, that when we have mitigation areas proposed that are adjacent to areas with invasives, we've been encouraging people to put in a strip around the mitigation to protect it. You know, a walking path or just something that's mowed either annually or occasionally as needed. And then we have some language for the order of conditions to ask the homeowner to remove any invasives that start to move into the mitigation area. So we will be putting that in the order.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so with that, Mr. Bennett, let's talk about scheduling. We have the next hearing that would be available would be May 12th.
I think that's sufficient time for us to.
Is in by, let me just make sure I've got this right, by May the 5th, which is 3 weeks from today.
That should be sufficient time to make these changes.
Okay. All right, then with that, is there a motion to continue, where the heck are we, 80 Ridgevale Road to May the 12th?
Overall, move to continue to May 12th.
Clark, second.
Roll call vote to continue 80 Ridgevale to May 12th. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Latin.
Aye.
Sullivan.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. That's a unanimous 6-0. We will see you back here on May 12th and look forward to getting all these materials by May, whatever 12 minus 7 is.
5th.
Thank you.
Thank you very
much. On the spot. I just can't. All right. Thank you very much.
That's right. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
All right, next we have 1711 Old Queen Anne Road, Craig and Catherine Peters. This one does not have an SE number either, and I have checked the DEP website, and it has not been issued. And it's a hearing for the construction of a catwalk, and that's Assessor Map 3-I, Parcel 1.
Good morning, David Clark, Clark Engineering. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, a little bit muffled. If you can turn up your volume just a tad.
Oh, sorry.
That's good.
So on behalf of the applicants, we're proposing a catwalk on Mill Pond. This particular mill pond, I think Chatham has 3 mill ponds, is in the northwest part of town. It is hydraulically connected to Muddy Creek and Pleasant Bay through a series of ditches through Cranberry Bogs and Minister's Pond, which is by the corner of 137 and Old Queen Anne Road. And it is the mill pond. This mill pond is part of the Pleasant Bay ACEC. What they're proposing is a 2-section catwalk to get them over the wetland vegetation from the upland portion of the property to the edge of the water. It's designed this way to avoid a Chapter 91 permit. We're ending the catwalk at the average high water mark, so no Chapter 91 filings required. There's 2 sections of the catwalk, each 8 feet, supported by helical screws, which is basically galvanized pipe that will be put into the ground. Those would be permanent. The catwalk itself would be aluminum joists with the through flow grating on top, which allows 40% of the sunlight. And then on the upland side of the catwalk would be a ramp to get them from existing grade up to the top of the catwalk. The resource areas are obviously the mill pond, which is a great pond, and the associated bordering vegetated wetland. This requires a special permit from Zoning Board of Appeals, and I believe that's scheduled for May 12, if that's a Thursday. Can't remember. I can't off the top of my head. Pretty small project. Be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much, David. Let's start questions with Commissioner Rawls.
Yes, through flow decking. We just went through this last week, right?
So we didn't get the paperwork yet.
Yeah,
That's
so
right.
this would, I assume, David, be the vinyl. I think it does say that somewhere, the vinyl through flow, which we talked much about with another project last week.
Yeah. Yep, and I couldn't find any data on it. And I know listening into the meeting last week, the commission suggested an aluminum equivalent. I cannot find an aluminum equivalent of this material. There is industrial grade expanded aluminum grating, but the surfaces being industrial are serrated for basically good grip for foot stability. I don't think anybody wants to walk on that barefoot. So the other type of aluminum planking that I saw was that it was planking, and none of the products allows anything close to 40% of sunlight to come through. And I understand your concerns about leaching, but this product is not in contact with water. So that's a significant issue in that, if this product was installed in the water, then I think leaching would be a legitimate concern, but not being in contact with water at all, except for a rain event, I don't think the issue of the material leaching is of a concern.
Well, you did, I think, just say that it would extend to average high water mark.
Yeah, but it's 2 feet above the water, so
2 feet above. Okay.
So it's never in contact with water. The only portion of this that's in constant contact with water is the galvanized pipes.
Right. And yeah, I can see the value. I can see the fact that it's a really short catwalk. So from potential leaching perspective, the potential harm there is less so than, let's say, the previous project that we discussed. So yeah, I get that part. Do you say that there's mitigation? Do 180 square feet? I thought the coverage table indicated.
Yeah, there's 180 feet of mitigation required. And I apologize. I thought I would have a mitigation plan in hand.
Okay, so I'm not just overlooking it.
You're not overlooking it. I expect it shortly. We're going to have to continue anyways because we don't have a file number from the state, and this needs to go to Zoning Board of Appeals, and really there's no issue in postponing this until we get through Zoning Board of Appeals, and I expect to have, excuse me, I expect to have a mitigation plan to you long before that.
Okay. I noticed that there's no associated, let's say, kayak rack or such, or nothing that would indicate that something would be tied to the catwalk. Is that part of the plan? Are the applicants intending to use this as a way to launch watercraft?
Just a way to launch watercraft. The property is quite large. There are a lot of there's an area to the north and west of the proposed catwalk where a lot of trees came down in the tornado 2 years ago. And you probably, if you've been to the site, you probably see the remains of stumps and whatnot. So there's ample open area upland of the catwalk to store kayaks. I don't think they need to be right down on the catwalk or immediately adjacent to it.
Yeah, so to that point, I guess the digital copy of at least the digital copy, I think this is happening a lot with the digital copies of the maps. Resource areas aren't labeled. So I see dotted lines, but I don't know what they mean. Maybe those paper copies see labels. This has happened before. I think there's some sort of a zooming in problem.
Well,
when the
Bob,
PDFs.
look at, if you see what's in front of us now, there's a line up here, the top of the bank. It's partial. Not sure why it doesn't extend across.
Well, I'm looking at a different map than this one. I don't have this map. All right, go ahead and show.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, the edge of the BVW is labeled on sheet 1, but it is not labeled on sheet 2, and I can fix that.
So the issue is if, as you know, if they're watercraft, they need to be stored out of the resource area. So we need to know where they would be stored, or at least they must know where they cannot be stored.
Well, when you say out of the resource area, you mean the buffer zone?
Yes. If they're just piled on the ground, in other words, if there's not a rack is one thing, and we approve kayak racks in the buffer zone routinely, but there is a standard provision that you just can't toss your kayak on the ground next to your catwalk. So that would need to be spelled out somehow.
Okay.
What is the
All
plan there?
We will show a location of kayak storage on the plan.
Yeah. Right. And I believe that's all I had. There's a lot going on next door, but I guess that's not necessarily what we'll be talking about with this particular project. But
it's in a different town.
It is. Next door is a different town.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, that's the Harwich border. Okay. Okay.
Yay!
That's right.
So Nikki probably knows about that.
That is a mess.
I'll let you know.
That is a mess. All right.
Okay.
That's
Commissioner Delvecchio, you have questions for David?
I had a question about the vegetation that would be, I suppose, underneath the structure. Are you going to be? Is that going to remain, Dave?
Yes, there's no reason to take out any vegetation within the BVW. We simply go in there and install the 6 galvanized pipes, and whatever vegetation is there will remain. So we really don't need to cut anything.
Okay, and the trees will remain too, right?
Definitely no trees need to be removed.
Yeah. Okay.
David, I want to interrupt, but just to follow up on that. So this photograph is showing the catwalk stopping short of a fair amount of vegetation at the edge of the BVW. Are you saying that that's going to remain, or is that being removed?
That's going to remain. But we're not proposing to go any further than the water line. And that sketch was strictly for natural heritage and the endangered species program, because they wanted to see a picture in relationship to the project.
Okay.
Other than that, I think Bob, addressed the concerns about the storage. Other than that, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Tom, questions?
Last week when we were discussing the same product, Commissioner Rawls raised some issues, and I understood that there was an agreement that, David, that you would, or your people would forward to us, maybe through the agent, information about the product and also the representations that had been made by the manufacturer, so that I could check it out and just ascertain if the product is as stable and has the appropriate qualities that we would look for. So far, I haven't seen anything. That doesn't mean you didn't send it forth, but I would appreciate it if you would do that post haste.
Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to crack the whip over at Ryder Wilcox. That was Stephanie Sequin's project, and
okay.
And so I will contact Stephanie to see if she's made any headway with that, because I understand the commission does want to see that.
Thank you. That's very generous of you.
Oh, welcome.
Anything else, Tom?
No, that's it.
Okay, Karen, any questions or comments?
I don't have anything in addition. I just was concerned about the vegetation right at the water. It seems if the catwalk ends at the edge of the water, they're still going to have to walk through vegetation to get their kayaks out. And then I also was concerned about where the kayaks would be stored.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, Terry, anything from you?
No, I'm good. All set.
Okay, Trina?
Nothing further. No, my only concern was the vegetation as well, and that's been answered, so nothing further on my end.
Okay, so David, you said you have had conversations with Natural Heritage, because this area is mapped as endangered species habitat. Is there any information or investigation into the actual wildlife in the area?
We have not done an investigation, and we have not heard back from Natural Heritage. They have 30 days from the date of submission, which was 2 weeks ago at this point.
Okay.
So we expect to hear back from them shortly.
Okay, so hopefully by the next one we'll have that response.
Typically on these kettle ponds, it's usually vegetation.
Yeah.
And it's most likely the Plymouth gentian. But as soon as I get something from them, I will forward it to Nikki, but I'm sure they'll be copying her on everything also.
Okay. And the ramp, what is the material what is that composed of?
Same material. It was just.
Okay. And so the catwalk stops short of the edge of the water, where does that edge, what's the depth at the terminus of the catwalk?
It stops short of the historic high average high water mark because the owners didn't want to go through the Chapter 91 process on this. So the idea is to stop it short of the water, and there would be a ladder on the end of the catwalk to get down to.
But what they're going to, if that's not water, if it doesn't extend into water, how are they're going to have to walk through the marsh with the kayaks?
They'll be walking through the vegetation. Yeah. And the purpose of the catwalk is to try to protect as much vegetation as possible. So if the catwalk wasn't there, they would just be treading through this area, dragging the catwalk, the kayak. So ultimately, that's the purpose of the catwalk.
I hear you, but and there's no way to extend that catwalk to get beyond to.
There is.
Otherwise, you'd have to get a Chapter 91.
We would have to get a Chapter 91, and because it is an ACEC. Under the ACEC regulations, this project is not, well, not the ACEC regulations, but the MEPA regulations. This project is not exempt from a MEPA filing. So it would also require an environmental notification form be filed with the Executive Office of Environmental Affairs, and between the Chapter 91 and the MEPA filing, it's cost prohibitive for the applicant.
Okay. Yeah.
The MEPA filing right now is, I think, 13 pages long, the application, and they want a detailed narrative on so many issues, not just environmental, but transportation and energy, and it's just, for such a small project, it's just not worth that effort.
Okay. And the height, you're saying it's 2 feet. It looks like it varies. So what is this variance in here?
Yeah, so it's 2 feet on the outboard end, and then it's a level structure, and then going back towards the shore, it's probably 6 inches above the substrate.
No, you've heard us enough, particularly with salt marshes, that about the concerns about to keep it, at a minimum of a 1-to-1 ratio height to width. This is 3 foot wide. That's for salt marsh. We ended up last week with a conversation, or last time with a conversation about the distinction between vegetation in a BBW and in a salt marsh, and whether the same concerns exist there. Do you know anything about that?
No, I mean, this wouldn't be aquatic vegetation, because we're stopping short of the water line. So it would be upland or facultative upland or obligate wetland species, but not aquatic species.
Okay, that's, so, and 40, I think it's 43% of the light, at least according to the manufacturer, penetrates this. We would also probably put a condition in the order that the vegetation beneath the catwalk be monitored and bolstered from time to time as needed if it begins to decline as a result of the 60% loss of light.
I know that the owners are working with Blue Flax, so I will talk to Teresa about get her input.
Okay, well, that would be helpful. Okay, Nikki, do you, what else are we need to ask about?
I think we pretty much covered it all. And just to review, we need the SE number and NHESP comments, and mitigation plan, or a revised plan that shows where the temporary decking and any kayaks or any of that kind of stuff will be stored. That's all I had for what we need.
Yep, that matches what I have here too. So, okay, David, so I would suggest we continue this to May 12th.
That sounds good.
Which gives you to May 7th to get all of that in. With that, is there a motion to continue to May the 12th?
Clark moves.
Thank
Oh,
you.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Is there a second, Bob?
Yes, there is a second.
Yes, I second.
Okay, roll call vote to continue 1711 Old Queen Anne Road to May the 12th. Commissioner Walls?
Aye.
Delvecchio? Bob, are you muted?
Aye.
There you go. Clark?
Aye.
Latin?
Aye.
Sullivan?
Aye.
I vote aye as well, so that's 6-0. We will see you back here on May 12th.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And with that, folks, it's at 10:44. I'm going to suggest we pause for a 5-minute, you know how I always say this, get up from your computer, stretch your legs, get your eyes off your screen, take 5 minutes, fill up your water bottle, and we will gather back here again at 10:50. Okay, Dallas, we can go off with Okay, we're back. So Nikki, do you like to read the next item on the agenda, please?
All right, next we have 8 Scallop Terrace, Catherine and James Caruso, SE 3488. Opening of the hearing for proposed raising of existing dwelling and construction of new dwelling, meeting FEMA standards and building code at, again, 8 Scallop Terrace, map 16A, parcel H14G.
Good morning again. Thad Eldridge, East Southeast.
Good morning, again.
So I've caught up on the screen. This is a 2017 aerial image of the area. Certainly not our first proposed elevated structure. And we can expect more of these as time goes on. The Carusos have owned the property for quite a long time. They're a staple in the neighborhood. And they are now looking to raise and replace the dwelling. They're going with a post and beam style house, and it makes the coverage calculations a little funny. The foundation will be a very similar size. The house itself will extend 5 or 6 inches out from that foundation. We've used the larger number, but there's a little wiggle room in those numbers as the ground level will have lawn or vegetation. And the same holds true for the proposed porch that they're putting in. So to go through the existing conditions, we have that isolated wetland developing to the south. Just the corner of the property is within 100 feet. There's a paved driveway there. The road, or the Scallop Terrace, does extend over the property line. It's much like the seashell properties. We have a paved parking area to the north, and the septic tank is below that. The entire site is within land subject to coastal storm flowage. That would be elevation 13 AE zone. As I said, the proposal is to raise and replace. The parking area to the south will be removed and replaced with shell. So it goes from an impervious to a pervious. The building itself does get a little bigger. There is a proposed porch that'll be on piers. So underneath, we still get the pervious soil, but building coverage wise, we're increasing. So between that and the perimeter of the building, we're not really increasing the coverage. So everything will be raised. We have a set of stairs leading up to the deck. There will be interior stairs leading down into the basement. There's proposed landscaping that would be native species from the list. The Carusos are looking through the list. They're not sure what to plant at this point. The lawn will be replaced. That'll be a conservation mixed grass. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Thad, can you go back to that aerial that you started with for just a second? So do I recall correctly that, I guess it was number 3 Scallop Terrace, the first one of these that we looked at. Mm-hmm. Was there a second resource area identified in the, no, come back out again. I'm looking at the upper left area. Yeah, in there. Was that another resource area?
It is. So 3 Scallop Terrace actually owns all the way back to the septic field.
Uh-huh.
8 Scallop Terrace does not. It's just its own lot.
Okay. So because of that, that's what brought that buffer zone into that BVW to that.
Correct. So okay. There's the 100 foot up here.
Uh-huh.
And 3 Scallop owns a little strip, and they own part of the septic field in the back.
Okay.
And
gotcha.
So they have that. This one's far enough away, and it's isolated to just the lot.
Okay. Just wondered about that.
Sure.
couldn't remember directly. Okay, let's start questions with Commissioner Del Vecchio.
Okay, okay. Thad, the lawn, is that going to be irrigated or it's just proposed to be, low maintenance?
Low maintenance Cape Cod lawn.
Okay, great. And you say the paved parking area will remain the existing one?
The one to the north will remain. We have a septic tank underneath of it. We'd be futzing around with quite a bit. One of the problems in this neighborhood that's come up, and it's really not a problem, everybody shares the parking, even though it's on somebody else's property. So that parking area, it's really used, well, one space is used by the Crusoes, but the other is used by the neighbor to the north. So they didn't really want to mess with that one for those reasons.
Is there any way to discard that asphalt and replace it with something pervious?
There is, but we would have to look into the septic system itself. I mean, we have covers that are to grade. I mean, it's possible, but they weren't planning on it at this time.
Okay, and you say the other drive will be, the new drive will be shell.
Correct. So the drive to the south, we are going to cut it away and replace that with shell. The road itself, we would be leaving paved.
Okay. And you say you're going to have a planting plan at some point for the mitigation?
Yeah. Well, mitigation, we're pretty even on the numbers, and then even better when you take into account that the proposed additions are overhanging.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yep.
Well, really, it's just the landscape beds that we're looking at for planting. And frankly, it's a small lot. I don't see much room for mitigation, certainly not meaningful mitigation.
Yeah. And the, okay, yeah, I just had, that was my concern about that existing paved parking area. If that could be converted to something permeable, that would be a plus, I think, especially in this area. That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Tom, questions or comments?
No, looks straightforward.
We've been here before. We recognize this. Karen, questions or comments from you? You guys have, the new guys, you have not been through this Little Beach house by house replacement exercise that everybody's going through.
No, I don't have any questions. My only thing was that paved parking to the back, and I was wondering if that could also be made shells or, something.
Terry, questions or comments?
Button again. I get the button again. My question also, what was the reason why we couldn't have that driveway over the septic tank or leach field, the septic tank impervious?
Pervious.
Yeah, we could certainly review that with the client.
You could, I'm sorry, what did you say, Thad?
I can certainly review that with the client. We did review changing out the parking areas to pervious, and we decided that changing out the southerly one was a good start, and they didn't want to get into changing out the northerly one.
Okay.
But
Let me just, can I follow the reasoning through real quick? You're keeping, are you replacing the septic tank or you're keeping?
Nope. Maintaining the same septic tank. It's all together in a convenient package right now. I mean, you have a septic tank with covers to grade, parking area that's used by two neighbors.
Okay, you're not replacing the tank. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Trina, questions or comments?
Just curious with the removing the porch and then moving it over to the side, what is the materials going to be used for that decking? Is that going to be stone, just laid on the ground? Is that going to be actual deck? What is that going to be?
So the porch coming off the north side, underneath of it, I mean, there's going to be a good 8 feet below that. So on the ground, they would use a shade tolerant grass mix or otherwise. The same holds for the other deck that's being proposed. Everything's going to be up in the air. So they'll have driveway under part of it. They'll have the stepping stones. They'll have grass. And
Okay, so that was just my question. I couldn't discern if that was actually on the ground or if that was elevated.
Yeah.
Okay.
and yeah, the purpose for the deck, you really want that living space on the first floor level. They'll get some advantage of views. The purpose of the porch in the back, they're going to have a nice view over Stage Harbor, and they'll catch a glimpse of the sunset.
What's
Yeah,
the
that's-
difference, Dad, between the deck and the porch then? If the porch is elevated 8 feet? Is it screened in or is it's got walls? Is that what the distinction is?
Walls and a roof.
Okay.
Yes, completely screened in.
Okay.
Convenient on evenings when the mosquitoes are out. And then the deck itself, that's just a nice outdoor living space.
And no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Nikki?
I have no further questions either.
Okay. I'll just reiterate that, what you've heard from pretty much everybody else, which is in a floodplain. We have a very strong preference for removing asphalt impervious surfaces and replacing it with something pervious. I hear you about protecting the septic tank there, but if you would please raise that issue with the client and see, because I'm sure there are ways that we've seen it before where the septic tank is not impacted by changing over to a pervious surface material. Where's the lawn being removed?
So currently there's lawn all around the property.
Well, not in that not on that side. That's all just sort of sand, right?
Shell, pavement.
Yeah.
And then lawn as you come around the building.
Oh, in the back, yep.
Yeah.
That will remain in the back? There'll be lawn?
Yes.
Okay.
And it'll be replanted. It's, I mean, by the time they get said and done with the construction on this, it's a brand new site.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So it does provide the opportunity to use a high fescue conservation mixed grass. And yeah, brings it right into play.
Okay, so do you think you could have a response back and a change to the plan if it's a positive response by the 28th, so we could schedule this for the work session on May 7th?
Certainly, and if your schedule is tough, we haven't yet filed with the Zoning Board of Appeals. We're waiting for the final architectural plans. There were a couple of dimensions that needed to be changed.
Okay, so when that will be in May then sometime, given what we just heard earlier, that their May 13th seems to be the next.
And they're not planning on starting till the fall anyhow, so we have a little time.
Okay,
so better for your schedule.
Yep, all right, then why don't we, what would you suggest then? Do you want to let the ZBA go ahead?
No, I'm not concerned with the ZBA going ahead. I'm not pushing you to get this to the work session. If you want to push it into the next work session, that'd be fine.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm a little concerned that we don't have much for the May work session.
That's fine too. We can have everything together for that.
Sorry?
We can have everything together for the May work session.
Why don't we do this? Why don't you go and have a word with him about that driveway, the parking area, and we pick up this conversation again on the 28th and see where we land. and whether we're ready to go to the work session on May 7th. And if not, we'll hold off and wait until June.
Okay. That
That
sounds
work?
good.
All right. Nikki, am I missing anything else? Is there anything else that Thad's going to? I understand that we're not, from what I hear you saying, the foundation plans and the landscape plans will be all natives. They'll come from the cooperative extension list. I guess let me ask the commission members, is there a preference whether to leave it like that and put that in the order, or do we want to see those actual plans identified and added to the plan?
This is Nikki. I either prefer to have it on the plan or at least a list in numbers of what they're doing before we issue an order.
Yeah. Okay. Thad, can that be done for the 28th as well?
Sure. Sure.
Okay. All right, so we will, the pervious parking area question and a list of the landscape plans, which would include, you know, size, species, et cetera.
And we'll get that to you by the 21st then.
Yep. All right, is there anything else, anybody that we need Thad to bring back before that 28th? If not, is there a motion to continue this to April the 28th?
Move to continue April 28th.
Clark, second.
Roll call vote to continue 8 Scallop Terrace to April 28th. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Latin.
Aye.
Sullivan.
Aye.
I vote aye. That's 6-0. We'll see you back here on April the 28th. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have 65 Sears Road, Michael and Tucker Coombe. Map 11A, parcel J14, Sears Point Summer LLC, SE 103484, and they are opening a hearing for shorefront protection.
Hey, good morning. This is Roger McNevich at Coastal Engineering, presenting the project on behalf of the owners. What I'd like to do is give a brief overview of this project and its history. The dwelling on the property was constructed in 1964. Therefore, this is an eligible property for an engineered structure on a coastal bank. In 1973, there was a filing done for the initial installation of a lower lying rock revetment at the site. And then in 2007, there was another filing for an extension of the revetment. Following that work in 2017, there was a more recent filing, both for reconstruction of a portion of the revetment, a raising of a portion, and an extension of the end of the revetment about 20 feet towards the left as you're looking at the plan, or towards the west. Okay. As a matter of comment, I feel I'm a Johnny-come-lately in that all of the players involved in 2017 are no longer involved or are available. The filing in 2017 was actually performed by Peter Markunis, who has since passed away in the last year or so. Our company was involved only to the extent that we provided plan assistance to Peter, and he made a presentation and oversaw the permitting, the recording of the order, and he oversaw the construction. Our engineer, Catherine Ricks, had since left the company, and so she is no longer available as to any particular issues that may have come up at that time. And as you know, of course, Callie is no longer with us. So how I got involved is back in about July of last year, 2020, the owners asked me to attend an on-site meeting that they had arranged with Callie, and their concern was the ongoing scarping that had been occurring in the coastal bank, which is maybe about 10 feet high, between the end of the reconstructed rock revetment and the west property line. the property line to the west. So there was talk about perhaps doing a coconut fiber roll installation in that area. So we got involved and we did plan, and then we also realized that there had never been a request for a certificate of compliance for the 2017 filing, and that order condition had expired by the time that I got involved. So as part of our work, we did an as-built plan of the revetment work and showed cross sections as required in the order conditions to get an idea of the level of beach at 50-foot intervals. And then we produced that plan with the idea of requesting a certificate of compliance for that work. At the same time, we did a filing for this new proposed work. What we discovered was that the previous filing had included about 55 feet of reconstruction of the revetment plus a 20-foot extension towards the west, towards the property line, to make a total length of about 75 feet of revetment work. That was approved by the Conservation Commission. That would have resulted in the revetment being as close as 28 feet to the property line. However, when we did our field survey work for the as-built, we discovered that the rock revetment end was more like 48 to 50 feet from the property line. And so in reviewing and kind of trying to understand, what I believe has happened is the overall 75 feet or so of rock revetment was reconstructed, but it was started a little further to the east. So I think that's an explanation why they didn't go all the way to within 28 feet of the property line. So what we're doing here now is, in light of the issues and the erosion along the shoreline there, where this application proposes to turn the end of the revetment in towards the coastal bank to close off the end to create like a bullnose return, as you can see, and we do it on an angle of about 45 degrees to the shoreline, tied into the coastal bank. And then beyond that point we're proposing a coconut fiber roll installation. The closest that the proposed new end of the rock revetment is kept at 28 feet from the property line, as was previously approved under the original application and approval in 2017. On the plan, and in comparing the plan of 2017 and our new plan, we noticed that this shoreline is somewhat stable. I believe the scarping is due to episodic events only of the coastal bank. And as you can see on the site plan, in where you see on the beach area, where you see the ends of the cross-section designations B and A, there's a salt marsh there forming that. Again, it's pretty scant. It's pretty scant, but the salt marsh did not exist in the 2017 plan. So it looks like this area the beach is quite stable. In fact, this whole shoreline of Stage Harbor is a relatively calm area compared to many of the other areas of Chatham, as you're well aware. And salt marsh fringe areas are developed along the shoreline intermittently, but in large stretches along the entire shoreline, if you look at a Google Earth overview. So that's the basis of what we're proposing today is to return the rock revetment into the coastal bank as shown on the plan, and then extend down to the property line with coconut fiber roll, keeping in mind that the height of the coastal bank right at about at the end of the property line starts dropping dramatically. Its height starts dropping down quite a bit. You can see the contours on the plan, elevation 9, 8, 7, 6. It continues to drop down as far as height of the coastal bank. This lot has an interesting property line. If you can scan down just a little bit lower, you can see the property line turns, and perhaps 5 or 6 or 7 years ago, the coastal bank probably was on the property. However, because of ongoing erosion over a long period of time, you can see that the coastal bank has formed now on the adjacent property as it's coming down that slope in that area. One other issue that was brought to our attention was last week. The owner called us and said that something that we were unaware of, that independent of our company, they had hired another company, ESE LLC, to perform do the work and obtain an order of conditions for a septic system repair upgrade design. And I had a chance to talk to Thad Eldridge last Friday, and he told me that the septic system components, especially the leach field, is proposed to be located right along the property, right along our proposed access path for the construction equipment. And in fact, I talked to him about, well, this is a leaching area, leaching field, and what components, because I was hoping that they could specify H20, which could take construction equipment, heavy loads. And he said, no, actually, they have approval for it's a Coltech plastic kind of arrangement for the leaching structures. So it appears we may not be able to have access, as I shown on the plan. We may have to go all the way around the other side of the house with the equipment to bring material to the site. It's all lawn area, but the construction path would be a lot longer. Again, I have to vet that a little bit more. I don't know if I can be able to get maybe 6 or 7 foot wide strip that's not over the leaching structures themselves, to be able to come in from the driveway to bring, which in this case will be some riprap stone, and then the much lighter duty coconut fiber roll material. However, we really feel that the revetment should be turned into the embankment. If you had a chance to be out there, you can see it just kind of dead ends, and the ongoing scarp erosion now is starting to come around the backside of the end of the revetment. So that's pretty much an overview. I know it's quite quick, but it's what's going on here, and I'll be glad to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Roger. I'm glad you led off with the history of the folks involved in this, so that we can conclude that the issues at this site are not your fault. So honestly, this site is sort of a poster child for what can happen, why revetments are so problematic, and what can happen when they are not designed and constructed using best practices. The failure to have properly put a return is clearly what led to the scarping out of the bank along the side there. I walk through this area pretty frequently, and I've been watching that bank erode. Got to say, my dog loves it because she's a beagle, and there are rabbits apparently who have dug in behind the revetment, and it's one of her favorite things. She's trying to dig out behind there and get in there to get them. So the sooner the better to get this fixed. But the kind of end effect erosion that we're seeing here is one of the issues and one of the reasons why revetments are so disfavored, because it's very common for this problem to come. So the septic system, it's been installed, or I remember that I think we had this come up before us as an RDA, maybe last fall or so.
The septic system has not been installed. I was just out there a few days ago. And
Oh, okay.
It has not been installed, but I believe they're interested in using the house in the summer, and I believe they need to repair the septic system to be able to do that. Is my understanding, talking with Thad, sooner than later.
Okay. And one other question before I open it to others. Am I right in, does the fiber rolls go beyond the property line onto?
No, it's just that's a representation of all the vertical contours. It's almost like a vertical.
Oh, those are the vertical contours, because it's so I thought that was the representation of the fiber rolls.
It's just vertical contour. We can't go over the property line, so we have to stop. We're stopping at the property line.
So the fiber rolls will go right to the property line.
Yes, exactly.
And I'm trying to find I can't, because I'm screen sharing, I can't pull up the details, but there's
if you look in the lower left of the plan, if you slide the plan diagonally to the right and up, so if you move go the other way.
There we go. Okay, there we go.
And there you go. There's the fiber roll installation on an angle there. And
Okay,
that's a standard installation that we're very familiar with that gets installed. The upper two fiber rolls be a looser type material that are pre-planted with vegetation to help assist in getting that vegetation and growing in the fiber roll array, and the rest of the higher density with some embedment below the beach line, and then tied with stainless steel cables and small helicals to the coastal. Standard installation and covered over and planted. It's all in the notes.
yep, I see that. So the American beast grass, we've been through this, yeah, with you.
Sure.
Okay. Yep. Has this revetment been, there's one thing I've noticed is that the beach does not seem to be dropping or disappearing in front of it. Had they been, were there nourishment requirements?
That's part of my lack of information. It's not my understanding. Although, and I mentioned that when I filed a request for certificate of compliance, which I believe is not on this agenda, but I get into that a little bit because comparing the 2017 plan, beach profile plan, to the 2020-21, the beach contours have stayed exactly the same. And the point of my bringing up the fact that it appears that the salt marsh is reestablished, it appears it's quite stable, and for the fact that the salt marsh is starting to establish along the shoreline, which is a good thing. It's kind of helps lock the beach together as well. So the beach, based on our survey and observation, is not dropping at all. It's not eroding away.
Okay. All right, let me stop here and open it to questions, starting with Commissioner Clark.
I don't have any.
Okay. Karen, do you have questions for Roger?
I don't have any. Thank you.
Okay. Terry?
No questions.
Okay. Trina?
Nothing from me.
Great. Bob Rawls?
I don't think I have any questions. I think I'm following the fact that the previous NOI, for some reason, kept you from going any closer than 28 feet from the property line for some reason for the revetment. I don't suppose you know what the reasoning was. Roger.
Typically, this is Roger speaking again. Yeah. Typically, in our experience, we're always required to terminate a engineered structure well before a property line, because it's a known phenomenon that an engineered structure, hence a rock revetment, exacerbates erosion on an adjacent unprotected coastal bank. So therefore, the idea is if there's going to be that situation, then it has to happen on your own property, not your neighbor's property. And so that's typically why things are held back. And however, in that previous filing, there was really no proposal for anything in that 28-foot zone other than and all that was done was to place a slope of sand to reform the coastal bank, and perhaps would have been vegetated at that time only, without benefit of any kind of additional support such as coconut fiber rolls. Right.
So when you resurveyed, you found they ended the revetment shorter than they needed to. Right. What I believe happened is the overall length got reconstructed because there was an element of raising the revetment a little bit higher as part of that proposal. And I believe that happened, but that original proposal proposed a 20-foot extension towards the property line, which wasn't done. The 75 feet was done over an existing portion of the revetment only. Oh, so instead of being terminating 28 feet or so from the property line, it terminated 48 or 50 feet or so. So okay, so there were multiple issues with that particular project. Okay, yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's obvious that something needs to be done there, and this looks like a reasonable solution. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Bob Del Vecchio.
Yeah, I got a few. Roger, why can't the installation of the septic system be delayed so that this access road can be viable?
Well, again, that I would love to see that happen. Okay, so, and it comes down to timing. and still, I still have to investigate a little bit more to see exactly where that leaching facility is going. Typically, a leaching facility has to be 20 feet off a dwelling foundation and 10 feet off a property line. So I'm thinking perhaps that all we need is 6 or 7 foot wide pathway for front end loader to pass. A few times, it's not going to take many trips to get to this site, bringing material for this little bullnose extension. Plus, the excavator has to be able to get there one time back and forth. What the excavators spread the load out quite well. I'm not so concerned about the excavator more than the big rubber tires on a front end loader. And then the fiber roll installation, that's light duty transport can be accomplished to get those components down to the site.
Yeah, well, perhaps it would be a good thing for it to be delayed, you know, if they can get it, if they can get the septic system in before the season starts. You know?
Yes, yes. Depends on the timeliness of if I can get a positive feedback on this proposal or whatever in relation to that work. I believe they have the order of conditions
right
for that project.
Okay, the other thing was, are you proposing to plant anything above the stone revetment right now?
Previously, that was included, and if you can pan across this plane again, I have there's a note. Let's see.
This one
it's
here.
on the plan. We have if it's let's see if I can direct you. Yeah, way over to the right above the section BB.
Yep, here it is.
You can see some proposed plantings in that area above the coconut fiber roll, which would also be the revetment area.
So along the stone revetment as well, then you'll be planting?
Well, I mean, it was planted in areas that need it. We can include that as well.
Okay, yeah, especially towards the end there, I'm saying, where, you know, where you bullnose it into the bank, you probably.
Oh, yes, definitely. Oh, definitely.
Up there as well.
That area is heavily vegetated once you get in the flat up there, but like you said, adjacent to it, it needs some additional plantings. Yes, definitely.
And also the bank above where the fibers are going to go. Are you planning on keeping the root systems of the existing trees intact?
Well, we play a catch-22 game because typically DEP, when these projects push turns to shove, they don't want to see us in any facility being proposed on the beach. Yeah, so we have a vertical face coastal bank here, so we have to cut into the coastal bank, and therefore there's a loss of some vegetation at the crest. It's kind of a catch-22. We try to go out on the beach maybe 2 or 3 feet to start that 1.5 to 1 slope for the coconut fiber roll array. So that, I don't know if that answers your question, but that's kind of the catch-22 issue we're involved in as designers.
Yeah, you have to compromise in some way then.
Correct.
And have you been in touch with the abutting neighbor? Because I think the erosion extends beyond the property line.
Again, we have not been approached by a neighbor, no. I mean, obviously they were notified by certified mail of this hearing. And maybe they're listening in, I don't really know.
Right, they're probably going to have to do something. It would be ideal for them to do something in conjunction to what you're doing now, but what you're proposing now, but unfortunately, it's gonna keep eroding if they don't do anything in the future.
Correct. Well, I mean, one good issue is that coastal bank is dropping down. It's kind of slowly disappearing as you continue along the shoreline there.
Yeah.
By the contours, it's dropping quite a bit very quickly.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Nikki?
I have 2 things. First, just for the sake of a extra complete alternatives analysis and for education for our members, what would be the issues with completely removing the revetment and then restoring a coastal bank and doing fiber rolls along the whole area with nourishment and planting?
Roger?
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, I don't think any owner would be of a mind to volunteer to remove a revetment along a shoreline, along a coastal bank where it's already permitted and allowed by permit to provide shorefront erosion protection to a pre-78 constructed dwelling.
Mhm. I just didn't know if there was an environmental I mean, I understand we have it, let's keep it. But environmental wise, would it even be a feasible thing, or would it be, more destructive than just keeping it?
Yes, I think it would be more destructive than keeping what's there. It's a very stable area. This is somewhat unusual for the shoreline projects we work on in Chatham, where this is quite a stable shoreline, I think, due to its somewhat protected area, and it's facing the coastal bank is actually facing to the southeast, which is not as susceptible to a major storm damage along the shoreline. As evidenced by the salt marsh growth along the shoreline, which is a very good indicator of stability.
Mm-hmm. All right, and then my second thing isn't actually related to this project, but when I was out there and I emailed you 2 pictures, Roger, and then commissioners, I just added them to the top of the list in our Dropbox, 2 pictures that show some questionable pruning. It's basically, the vegetation has basically just been topped, and then the second picture shows some pretty fresh cuttings, almost down to the ground on top of the revetment. So
I think that, I mean, it would be prudent to, if there was comments put into an order of conditions, that would be valuable as part of educating property owners to those issues.
Okay. I mean, I know it's not your job and it's not related to your project, but I just didn't know if you were aware of that, or if you had mentioned it to the owners, if, what your status was.
Well,
your knowledge of it, I guess.
One more complication on this project is this is a family-owned home, and the original contact person we were dealing with changed along the way to another family member who none of whom live here. They live away from Massachusetts. So I think the party now is even more removed, and so anything that can go in the order to that effect would be very beneficial.
All right. That's all I had then. We can deal with the I just wanted to bring the vegetation to your attention, but we will, deal with that as a separate issue.
Thank you.
Okay. So then,
Janet, I have one more follow-up question, and that Roger, did you mention that there was the previous the COC was not closed for the previous project?
The order expired prior to my involvement in the project, and we recently, as part of this work, we did the existing condition survey, the as-built survey, and filed a request for certificate of compliance.
Okay. Was that, did we deal with that? Did we approve it?
I don't know. I don't think it's has come up on an agenda.
Oh, okay. So would that be germane to this particular project? Would that have to be dealt with before we deal with this separate but related project?
Nikki, do we need to do that first?
I do have the request, being that this is my 12th day of work, I'm catching up on things. So apparently there's this drawer of certificates of compliance, and that's where they get put. And so I need to start adding those to agendas. I don't think we need to necessarily approve a COC before this one's issued, but it is cleaner to do it that way. So, I mean, either way, the order for this isn't going to be on until May 5th work session, so I can add the COC to that work session as well.
Okay, that's what I was going to suggest. Like, do them at the same time and do the COC first and then issue the order. Okay, is there anything that we need Roger to do between now and the work session? Do you try to figure the access issue, right, Roger? You're going to try to, if we do this at the work session in May, I think it's the 7th or the 5th or whatever, would that put you in a good position to be able to accelerate the start date of this project and get it done before the septic is installed?
Yes, it would. I can talk again to Thad, find out what his schedule is on the actual physical installation.
Yep. Okay, that would be best. All right then. Well, if there's nothing else, do we have a motion then to schedule this for the work session on May 7th?
Move to continue to make the work session on May 7th.
Clark, second.
Roll call vote to continue 65 Sears Road to May the 7th work session for an order of conditions. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Latin.
Aye.
Sullivan.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. That's 6-0. That's approved. We'll see you on May 7th to review the draft order of conditions. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much.
Can you hear?
Yes.
I believe the work session is May 5th.
Oh,
Right.
let me
That's
see
what I
if
wanted to check.
I'm sorry. Hang on a second. Let me. Oh, that's because I had the month of April up on my calendar. So we correct that motion. It is May 5th. Do we have to revote that, Nikki?
Probably would be good.
Yeah, just to, be clear.
Let's roll call vote to continue 65 Sears Road to May the 5th. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Latin.
Aye.
Sullivan.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. That's unanimous. May the 5th. All right. Thank you, Roger.
Thank you.
All right, next we have 24 and 2 Salt Pond Road, map 17J, parcels 2 and 4. And this is Edward and Cheryl Acton and Gerald Milden. And this is for removal and reconstruction of dwelling and detached garage, rock revetment repair, and associated site improvements. And it does have an SE number of 3485.
Good morning. Sean Riley, Coastal Engineering, representing the applicant.
Morning.
I believe I have Phil Cheney, Seth Wilkinson, and Don Monroe on as well. If you remember, we came in with this property several months ago for an ANRAD to nail down the resource areas. We have a marsh to the west. We have a small BVW to the west. We've got a velocity zone and an A zone. And we've got the revetment is a coastal bank. We're showing the 50 and the 100-foot buffer, the 50 in red and the 100 in blue. And just to go over the existing conditions, I think it's important to see the difference between the existing and the proposed conditions as the proximity of the house, the existing house is so close to the coastal bank. It's only 8 feet from the top of the coastal bank. It's almost entirely within the 0 to 50-foot buffer. There are 2 sheds within the 0 to 50-foot buffer along the west side, adjacent to the marsh. We looked at several alternatives for the house, which we've included within the NOI package. One was to elevate it to meet the V-zone standards. The V-zone is this yellow line that you see cutting right through the house. That would require elevating the house over 10 feet in the same position. We looked at moving it out of the V zone, but still within the 50-foot buffer and making it A zone compliant. But working with the team, we felt it best for not only coastal resiliency, but to create more of a buffer between the habitable use areas, the house, and the resource areas, and allow us to create a very large vegetative buffer we tried to fit everything outside of the 50 to 100, which we were successful in doing. The other aspect of this project, for anybody that went out to the site, the revetment was constructed in a way to leave an area behind it that is lower than the top of the revetment. This is typically not a great way to leave this because it creates ponding behind the revetment. The house that's to the west, it works fine because it rolls over the revetment and then rolls downhill into the BVW. So there's no ponding and there's no stagnant water. The water moves along. The property to the east has a full revetment where it's graded properly to the revetment. There is an area adjacent to the common boundary where our property is lower than 2 salt pond. So any of the overwash that comes in over the revetment washes in behind the revetment on 24 salt pond. It ponds up in this area and then moves out, channelized out into the BVW. So this is not a great scenario. It saturates the area behind the revetment, can lead to liquefaction of the soils, also provides a media for the soils to move through and out of the revetment, and can cause slumping and ultimately failure of the revetment. So that's part of our proposal too, is to rectify that situation. So in the red, you can see the existing house, the existing sheds. There's also the septic tank and pump chamber in the 50 to 100. All of those will be removed. We're proposing a new dwelling and patio and pool, as well as a detached garage, all outside of the 50-foot buffer. And let me just jump back to the previous slide. The lawn, for anybody that went out there, goes right up to the edge of the revetment. So this is the outline of the existing lawn all the way up to the revetment.
Sean,
Yep.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. You're not sharing your slides.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry. I started sharing the site plan, and then I
Are you
realized
seeing it now?
about something different. So I just stopped. So you should have sharing ability now.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. Well, you'll see what I was showing here in a second. All right. Jump to my screen. Can you see that?
Ah, there we go. Colored. I love it.
All colored and everything. So, you know, what I was talking about before was the run up coming up onto the property, channelizing down, ponding behind the revetment, and then channelizing out along. It's not an ideal situation. Whenever we design these, we're looking at impacts to neighboring properties and also the stability of the wall. So the optimal design would allow any of the runoff, if you could actually elevate it to the flood zone elevation would be the optimal design. But in this case, you have to look at the landforms of the adjacent properties and work with what you have on the site. So in this case, we looked at several different options of elevating it. Obviously, if we elevated it to elevation 19, we'd have to elevate it another 9 feet. We'd end up with walls going down either property line, and that would not be a great scenario. Even elevating it a couple of feet would create a ponding condition onto the eastern property. So we went with the best, most practical option, which is take the existing wall and infill behind it and create a positive slope that allows the runoff to run back over the bank, which I'll get to in a second. So back to the colored slide here for the proposed situation. You've got the house, the sheds, and the septic components that are going to be removed. The house, the patio, and the pool and the garage are all outside of the 50-foot buffer. And that lawn area that runs right up to the top of the revetment is to be removed and infilled with native plantings. The invasives that are within this darker green area are to be removed and replanted with natives. And I'll let Seth Wilkinson get more into the detail of his mitigation planting plan as well as his land management plan for invasive removal, and just discuss about the upland work. So the goal, again, when we're designing revetments, had we designed this originally, would be any of the runoff that comes up and overtops the wall, you want to have it work its way back over the wall so that you don't end up with any ponding behind the wall. And you're also allowing the floodwaters to evacuate back to where they came. Almost more importantly than creating a pervious surface, you want to have them have a way for it to evacuate. You don't want to create ponding areas behind the revetment. So this is what we've done with the grading. What you're seeing here is a little bit different than what you have. We're going to have to resubmit the plan. We met with the building commissioner as far as the grading. And the grading that we were shown around the house was not in compliance with the bylaw. We just had another case over at 68 Shell Drive that you're aware of. They were not going to grant the variance for that fill. So we've modified our grading around the house to meet that landscape requirement so that we don't have to ask for any relief. And the fill that we are proposing is related to the fill needed to properly redesign the revetment. And just for some clarification, the Conservation Commission, their purview is for the performance standards of the local bylaw for land subject to coastal storm flowage for the coastal bank. It's a misconception that the filling falls under the regulation of the Conservation Commission. It's actually part of the zoning bylaw. And as long as you meet the performance standards when you are filling in the flood zone, as far as conservation is concerned, with reflection, refraction, diversion of floodwaters onto other properties, then you're meeting the intent of the bylaw. So just wanted to show you where in the zoning bylaw it discusses filling within the flood zone. Conservancy districts, the permitted uses, notwithstanding any other provision of the bylaw, the following uses and activities are permitted in the conservancy districts, and coastal engineering structures are permitted. So it's a permitted use within the district. And then to go on and show you where the fill statement is, says the prohibited uses, all activities except those needed to accomplish the above permitted uses shall be prohibited. So needed to accomplish the above permitted uses, the above permitted use being the coastal engineering structure. So just to differentiate between the filling that we're doing for the coastal engineering structure and the landscape planning that we're doing, or landscape grading that we're doing around the structure. I know it's a lot to take in. Do you want to have me go through Seth's presentation, or do you want to ask questions on this first?
Let me open it up. I'm good at this point. Does anybody have questions about this portion before Seth takes over?
This is Terry Sullivan. I think I have a question. I have a question. Hopefully it's appropriate at this time. The wall is unique to me in that it has the square granite blocks on the top, and I'm assuming maybe that dated back many years, but I'm not sure. Is there a reason why we can't just take off the blocks and then grade up to the base of the blocks to eliminate the ponding?
Nope, that's a great question. If we could do so, we'd elevate this even more with sea level rise. This is overtopped quite a bit, and the last thing we really want to do is drop the wall at all. It's also, we're also still seeing runoff coming from the adjacent property that's funneling down over the property because the contours flood in this direction. So by regrading, and that's why we involved two salt pond, is so that we could accomplish regrading to get this planar flow back over the revetment so that we didn't have that cross flow coming across the property as well. But to answer your question, it kind of goes in reverse direction of where we want to go for coastal resiliency for a project like this. We've done this on many projects around Chatham. One of them right over on Shore Road, where we elevated a revetment, filled into behind it, again, for coastal resiliency. So we're looking to elevate the coastal resiliency factor of the investment to relocate this house that's in the V zone and build one that's more flood compliant.
Okay. All right. Sean, I have a quick question. No, I can't remember it. Shoot. Never mind. When it comes. Oh, did you file yet with ZBA?
We have not, to my knowledge, filed with ZBA. Unfortunately, Mike Ford was supposed to be at this hearing, but he had a passing in his family.
Okay.
So,
okay. Just make a note of that. All right, fine. And with that, I guess we can turn it over to Seth for his portion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Seth Wilkinson, Wilkinson Ecological Design. Sean, if you're able to put our restoration plan up, I'm fine with not.
Actually, if Nikki, do you have that? The restoration.
I might. Hang on a second. Let me get to it.
Happy to put it up if it's a problem.
No, it's here. I just 1, 2, almost there. There we go. All right.
There you go.
Thank you. So this is a relatively straightforward design. Sean touched on it, so I won't belabor it too far. But when we take a look at a project like this, we're looking at, how can we redevelop this property to benefit the interests of the bylaw and the act. And essentially, we felt that consolidating the development into the central portions of the lot within the 50 and 100 foot buffer would be a vast improvement over the existing conditions. So to that extent, we are proposing to convert over 3,400 square feet of existing lawn within the 50 foot buffer from the top of the coastal bank above the revetment, essentially there. Additionally, so that would be replanted with native species. And then there would also be another 1,700 square feet of conversion from ornamental non-native plantings in the buffers and along the east and west property lines, which are shown that lighter green, in the hatching. Thank you. And then we documented a considerable invasion of invasive species, more along the actual salt pond side of the property, which accounts for another 6,300 plus square feet of woodland area that would be restored to native plants and after the invasive species are removal. All in all, that it equates to over 11,500 square feet of invasive plant management, restoration, and lawn removal, which is just under 1/4 of an acre. And it's notable that this is about a half-acre site, so nearly half the site is being considerably improved from a wildlife habitat standpoint. The area shown along between the neighbor's driveway, basically, and the proposed garage that's out to the driveway, that's the location where the invasive species would be removed, and you can see the proposed replantings there. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions the commission might have.
Okay, thank you very much. So is there a listing, Seth, of the trees were not flagged that are being removed? It was obvious, I mean, it was sort of obvious which ones, because they were in the middle of the proposed house in the pool. But is there Bob counted up 17 trees, I think, in one zone and 19 in another. Are they?
I believe we're proposing to remove 14 trees as a part of the construction project. Two of those are very close to death, and they're both cedars. And we are proposing to elevate one eastern red cedar, sort of in its existing location in the southeast corner of the lot, just to be consistent with the grading that's proposed in that location. The trees are shown in the upper right hand area.
Where?
Yeah, with the X's. So if the trees have X's through them.
On the existing or on the?
Yeah, you had it right there. Yeah, you can. If you zoom in a little bit, you'll notice that there's an X through certain trees.
Oh yes. Aha. It's hard to tell with these. I got to tell you, with the. I guess those are the cedars.
Yeah.
Or pitch pines. Okay. So a total of 14.
14. Yeah, in order to, and that's the trade-off when you're going out of a open 50-foot buffer area into the 50 to 100-foot buffer. There are some trees in that location, but the commission seems very clear in the intentions to relocate development in that location and
Right.
outside the 50.
So, but they're all outside the 50? Or are there any inside? I'm just trying to get a clear count to understand the proposed mitigation. What's going on?
There's one cedar that is just off the corner of the existing shed, one of the existing sheds, the one closest to the revetment. That's within the 50, and that's going to be very close to the foundation of proposed home.
And then 13 in the outer aura.
Correct.
Okay. And 25 are proposed. Have that right?
For the replanting?
Mm-hmm.
We've
got
we have 66 native shrubs to be replaced, 550 herbaceous species.
14. So we have 5 eastern red cedars.
Correct.
And are there any other trees on the list?
No, there weren't any other trees.
Okay. All right. So 14 out, only 5 going in. And it's probably not going to cut it, but that's my view. Let me open it up to other questions on either the engineering side or the landscaping side. So I'm going to start with Commissioner Latin.
I'm concerned about the trees. That was my biggest concern. I'm very happy to see that the proposed dwelling is moving back away, out of the 50 for the most part. But I do worry about the amount of things being removed as far as trees.
Okay. Commissioner Sullivan, Terry?
I'm good.
Okay. Trina?
Nothing to add. It all seems like a major improvement overall. But besides the trees that have been brought up, but overall with the 66 shrubs going in and 550 other species, it seems overall an improvement. So nothing to add and no other questions.
Okay. Bob Rawls.
Yeah, the same concern about the tree ratio. I just wonder if there's a way to put some more trees in. I would just from my eyeballing, it looks like perhaps there's a way of doing it. I'm a little confused. Why is the mitigation occurring across property lines?
That is more of a replanting than mitigation. That's just there's existing plants in that location, and that's the area that Sean had illustrated that needs to be regraded. So the vegetation has to be removed in the regrading process. Much of that is non-native. The vast majority is non-native, and so it would be replanted with natives.
So it has to do somewhat with the regrading, which may change, I guess. I don't know. The other question is, you mentioned ornamentals. I don't recall, but correct me if I'm wrong, where it talks about essentially the percentage of ornamentals to natives in the outer aura.
I'm not sure what the question is.
Question is, how many non-natives will be planted?
We're, on our plan, we're not proposing to plant any non-natives. If Phil Cheney's available, he might be able to speak to the landscape plan around the dwelling.
Okay. Yeah, that's really my last question. Is Phil around?
Nope.
Nope.
If he's not around, there are some small plant areas. I'm not sure what type of ornamentals he's proposing, but they're very small plant beds called PA around the house. Maybe 3 to 4 feet wide.
Can you hear me now? This is Phil.
There's Phil.
Yes, Phil, hear you. Okay.
Right. Yes, we've just got some fairly standard foundation plantings planned, basically wrapping around the house and on the side of the garage. They're not specified at this point. I mean, they're going to be probably more traditional hydrangeas and such that we would see in a foundation like that.
Right. So with a lot of our recent submissions, we've focused on that. Focused on trying to get a better ratio of non-ornamentals, non-hydrangeas in many cases, to some nice natives in there. And what we're getting some cooperation on by a number of applicants is, something along the lines of a 50-50 ratio, which seems to be passing muster with the commission. And just asking whether we could do something similar there.
We can certainly make some effort to that end. Again, it's not a tremendous number of plants. They're all outside of the 0 to 50. And some of the foundation is completely outside of the 100-foot
right.
buffer zone.
We're just talking about the outer aura.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine there being much more than about 15 or 20 shrubs in that area. There's challenges. I mean, if it's one thing if you're going to allow cultivars that would, be more compact. Some cultivars of native species would be very acceptable in some of those areas. But I know that the client has a particular look that we're trying to get in the very front of the house. But yes, particularly on the west side and the east side, there may be some opportunities for that. Perhaps something that's going to be addressed by staff later down the road as that planting plan is developed.
Yeah, that would be appreciated. There are advantages to those natives as well, as you know. And so I just want to keep that ball rolling. It doesn't have to be all hydrangeas.
Yeah, so certainly one of the issues is if we can use cultivars of native species, that really helps because so many of the natives, I mean, bayberry may be a fine looking plant, but if it's going to grow, 10, 12 feet tall, it can be a challenge.
Right.
So on inkberry, if we can use the compact versions, that can be a great help. Same thing with winterberry, things like that. But a lot of the standard species just grow much too big, and some of the really low, much
I get
too
what
low.
you're saying. Yeah. And as far as I'm concerned, cultivars are better than non-natives, ornamental, pure ornamental. So, from my perspective, I'd be willing to accept that.
Excellent.
Okay. Anything else, Bob?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, Bob Del Vecchio.
Yeah, I had a few questions on the planting plan. There's an existing oak where that fill is going to be added on the southwest end. And I was wondering if that was going to remain.
This one here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Absolutely.
Okay. So you're going to put a tree well around it?
Actually, the grading stops short of it on that corner. So we
Okay,
can't, yeah, we wanted to save that tree. So you can see the 10 contour wraps back into the wall.
okay, yeah,
Yep. So we wanted to save that tree.
okay, good. And the cedar that you want to move, is that the juniper, say on the eastern end of that where the fill is? It says existing cedar to be lifted and transplanted.
Yes, that was the tree I was referring to.
That was I think it's a Robusta green juniper. So that will be moved as well.
I believe it was an eastern red cedar that we were talking about lifting and replacing. There may have been a small, exotic cultivar in the area that is that the one you're referring to with the Robusta?
Yeah, there was a juniper, more so maybe to the west of maybe that cedar.
If it's to the west, I believe it's outside of the regrading area potentially, so just be left alone.
Okay. And what about the lawn? Are you planning on, what kind of a lawn are you planning? Maybe this is a fill, I don't know.
Yes, the intention would be a pretty standard, fescue blend seed mix in that lawn area.
And are you aware that we're kind of against putting in an irrigation system within the NDZ?
I'm familiar with that concern, and no proposal's been made yet as far as that. That'd be open for discussion, I guess.
And the other thing was when you plant that fill, where the fill is going to be added, it says you're going to be putting sweet fern in on top of that. And I'm wondering whether that can be planted a little bit more, dense, so that you don't have spaces in between the little groupings. I know it's spread.
We find that it's a clonal species, so planting in clusters like that with a nice, heavy herbaceous community around it, that over time it will spread out clonally and occupy. If we overplant it, it can really dominate the area. We're trying to preserve biodiversity, but we could certainly look to increase the density somewhat.
Okay. I think that's all I had at this point.
Okay. Nikki.
I think everyone's covered my questions.
Okay. So just to go ahead. Just to recap what we've identified.
Jen, I had a couple of questions.
Sorry, Tom. I've been jumping around trying to change it up the order. So
we have too many commissioners now.
I wasn't trying to skip you. I promise. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Just want to nail down a few facts on the site. The BFE is 19 feet for this site.
It's 19 for the. Let me share my screen again.
Okay, hang on.
19 for the velocity zone. Let me just.
And 14 for the AE.
Correct. So the 19 ends right here at the yellow line.
You're not sharing. I'm not seeing it.
Now that AE zone with moderate wave action?
It is not.
And it's just not mapped that way?
It is not mapped that way. Correct. Yep.
Okay. I was curious, given the I'll call it a right hook on the revetment, why wouldn't a significant storm, which wouldn't be blocked by a revetment, not work its way around what I call the right hook, that is the eastern side of the wall, and basically go through the garage into the side of the house?
You're talking about coming cross country here?
I don't know what you're.
We can't see your
what you're
screen.
referring
Okay,
to.
hold on one second. Let me see if I can. Give me 1 second. Okay, you should be able to
There you
see,
go.
see my screen. All right, you can see that?
Yep.
So you're talking about coming from this direction? From east to west?
Yes.
So there's a house right here. Actually, there's two houses right here. And there's a revetment that wraps all the way around the corner. That's Minister's Point. That comes all the way, and they are elevated probably, I don't know, 5 feet, 6 feet higher than us. So they actually create a nice buffer for us from that perspective.
All right, that's the only question I had. Thank you.
Sean, is this property, the revetment in this location, been experiencing the same scouring underneath that the number 2 has been experiencing?
No, it hasn't. We haven't seen any of that. If you actually look at Google Earth, you can see the right at that intersection of 2. There's a big pothole, and there's a big vortex that happens right there as the water comes out of Pleasant Bay and comes up from Chatham Harbor, and there's this swirling in that area. So it's kind of an anomaly in that area. But no, we're not.
Okay, so there's no issue with this revetment. This revetment is stable, and there's
some minor areas where we've seen they've added chink rock in the areas behind it where ponding has happened. So this is why we want to address that now.
Right.
Nothing significant now.
Okay, nothing at the toe of it.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so with that, Sean, you're going to revise the plan to revise the grading.
For the tree, you mean for the, yes, for the grade, yes, for the grading for the zoning board, we've already done that.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and then the only other thing I have is that Seth will, or Phil will provide a planting list of foundation plants, and check with the client about seeing if we can get a better ratio of natives to ornamentals, and we will. I'll second Bob's suggestion that native cultivars are better than ornamentals. Using the compact versions is okay with me. And we'll look at increasing the density of some of the shrubs in the mitigation area. And I don't have anything else.
The tree ratio.
We're looking at the tree ratio as well.
Oh my God, the big issue.
Yeah.
So we have 14 coming out, 5 going in. So that's going to be that again.
Yeah, so I think we can achieve all of that without any difficulty. So.
Okay. So when would you like this to come back with us with all of this?
I would say the 1st of June, because we've got to still go to ZBA. I guess what we'd be looking for right now is a letter to the zoning board saying that this project is one that could be conditioned for approval. And then we can work out the conditions. Obviously, you're not going to approve it if we don't give you the trees or the information that you've asked. Seeing as how there's no huge red flags. That'd be what we would be looking for, and then to continue this to the first meeting in June.
That would be June the 9th. Nikki, do you foresee any problems with providing a letter to ZBA that it's our view that it can be permitted with conditions?
Nope, that's fine. Just so I'm clear, I'm expecting a new plan from Seth, Sean, and a list from Phil, correct?
Yep.
Okay, and then, so, I mean, it's up to you. We can either continue to June 2nd pending those documents and go ahead and draft the order and vote on that on June 2nd, or we can move to June 9th and vote to approve the project on June 9th and then do the July 7th work session.
I prefer the latter so that we have time we have another hearing date to, if in the likely event that there will be questions about the revised materials.
Okay.
So if that's okay with you guys, I'm going to suggest the June 9th hearing date.
That is fine.
Okay, is there a motion then to continue 2 and 24 Salt Pond Road to June 9th?
Motion to approve to continue to June 9th.
Is there a second?
Latin second.
Thank you. Anybody? All right, roll call vote for 2 and 24 Salt Pond Road. Commissioner Rawls,
Aye.
Delvecchio,
Aye.
Clark,
Aye.
Latin,
Aye.
Sullivan.
Aye.
I vote aye. That's 6-0. We will meet back here on June the 9th.
Great. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to the next one.
All right, next we have 263 Woodland Way Nominee Trust, William Litchfield, trustee, map 11K, parcel HC49, SE number 10-3486, and the application is for proposed demolition of existing dwelling, construction of a new dwelling and swimming pool, restoration and mitigation plantings.
Okay. David, Bill, anybody?
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman. Bill Litchfield, unexpectedly. No, I think David Clark is going to be joining us, and David is here on behalf of Woodland.
Yes, I am.
Sorry, Woodland Way, not there. Woodland Way Nominee Trust, and with that, I'll defer to David, who I'm sure he was finalizing the extensive mitigation and other appropriate details.
So I was trying to find the right button to turn on. Would it be appropriate to read in the other one, 263?
Yeah, we should probably read them both together.
Yeah.
I was questioning that. All right, so there's also 237 Woodland Way Nominee Trust, William Litchfield, SE number 10-3487. Proposed demolition of a swimming pool, construction of a new dwelling, restoration and mitigation plantings, 237 Woodland Way, map 11K, parcel HC49.
Good afternoon, David Clark, Clark Engineering on behalf of Woodland Way Nominee Trust. Just heard from Bill Litchfield, the trustee. Also on the line are Chris and Mike Gitlin, who are the beneficiaries of the trust. We also have David Hawk from Hawk Design, the landscape architect, as well as Katrine Higgins from Wilkinson Ecological that did the bank restoration and mitigation. And we also have Brian Morgan from Michael Collins Architecture, the architects of the project. The Gitlins own these two properties as well as one to the west. They've owned these two for, I think, almost 2 years now, and they've been taking their time over the last 2 years to develop a plan to redevelop these two properties. Looking at 237 Woodland Way, you'll notice there's a swimming pool that is right there at the top of the bank, as well as a fence enclosure and pool house. That area that's enclosed by the fence is almost 5,600 square feet. And really that's the only development within your jurisdiction on 237. Over at 263, there's an existing single-family dwelling and a patio that is probably less than 8 feet from the top of the bank. So the idea is to demolish everything, and basically restore the 50-foot no disturb zone on 237, and then redevelop a swimming pool and pool house over at 263. There'll be the primary dwelling on 237 will be reconstructed, a portion of it being within the 50 to 100. At the end of the day, there's a net reduction of site coverage between the two properties for the 0 to 100. of a little over 500 square feet, I believe. At 237, obviously, with the pool going and the enclosure and the deck and everything, there is a substantial reduction in coverage in the no disturb zone of a little over 2,200 square feet. Again, most of the redevelopment within your jurisdiction is happening over at 263, and we nearly got everything out of the no disturb zone on that property, except for I think about 350 square feet of pool. The dwelling unit is substantially further away from the bank than the existing house. It's almost entirely outside your jurisdiction. But between that dwelling and the pool, there's some outdoor space consisting of terraces and whatnot. Again, there's a net reduction within your jurisdiction of a little over 500 square feet. And combining both properties, there is a reduction in the no disturb zone of over 2,300 square feet. Actually, sorry.
37, 36,
yeah,
David.
Thank you, Bill. There's so many numbers floating around. Because Bill said over 3,700 square feet. So, like I said, on 237, the entire no disturb zone is being restored. At 263, everything but 350 square feet is being removed from the no disturb zone. Katrine is here to talk about how all that area is going to be restored and mitigated. Although, since we have a net reduction across the two properties, I don't believe mitigation is required. So we're looking at a straight restoration of the no disturb zone. This project does have to go to Zoning Board of Appeals. If I don't know if a date's been scheduled yet. And that's it basically on the engineering side and the site plan. If you have questions on the overall project, I'd be happy to answer them. But again, Katrine is here as well as Dave Hogg to talk about landscaping and the mitigation.
Madam Chairman, if I could, Bill Litchfield, very briefly, we are in fact scheduled for May 27th for Zoning Board of Appeals. And before Katrine and Dave go in, I just do want to offer a couple of points that Mr. and Mrs. Gitlin wanted to make sure you're aware of. They own the adjacent property at 265 to the left. They've owned that for quite some time. I don't know exactly how long, but they've, as David said, they've given long and thoughtful consideration to what they would like to do here. And they've moved everything essentially back from the coastal bank. Wilkinson's plans, as you will see, were conservative in their approach. The area was developed 60 or 70 years ago. The 3,700 square feet, I think, of reduction in the NDZ is a dramatic change. And while there's no requirement of mitigation per se, because the net reduction is there, even though there's the de minimis 350 square feet left, the amount of restoration planting that is proposed, coupled with the land management plan, are an absolute net environmental gain. And I think ultimately you will find, while it's a large project, they're also large properties. I think when you hear from Katrine and David, I think you will find this to be the sort of thing that should be done in the coastal area. I thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Litchfield. Let me just note here for everybody before Katrine starts that it's the view of the folks on the commission that I've asked this question to, that we would like to schedule an on-site for this, to walk this property with the representatives. We can get a better on-the-ground view, because it is large, it is complicated, and I think we have plenty of time to get that scheduled. So ask everybody to keep that in mind. as we go through today, that today is really an overview of what this project is about, and we'll have another opportunity when we have an on-site to drill down into some of the details. With that, are there any questions for David on the engineering side before we turn it over to Katrine? Okay, Katrine, do you want to share your screen, or how do you want to do this?
Hi, good morning, or good afternoon, I guess. I was not prepared to share my screen, but I can try to.
I can do it. I mean, I've got it. I think I've got it right here. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
So, for the record, Katrine Higgins from Wilkinson Ecological Design, and I'll just wait until you pull the plan up, the restoration plan.
Oh, that's the that's the landscape.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm on the wrong one. Let me stop a second. There are a lot of materials filed with this one. Restoration plan, I think. Yeah, I got it. Alrighty. Click here. All right, that should be it.
Perfect, yes. So our proposal before you today proposes 15,600 square feet of invasive plant removal and native plant restoration to serve as, mitigation, even though it's really, as folks described before me, it's not required mitigation, but it's really a restoration project for the, in addition to the proposed construction activities that David Clark discussed. This is a great opportunity. We here at Wilkinson, we see this as a wonderful opportunity to enhance the habitat available for wildlife and also the stormwater function across two properties. In terms of existing conditions, interestingly enough, on these two properties, the bank itself of both properties contain a very intact native plant community, which is something you often don't see. When we first do a site visit, we immediately look at the bank and see what invasive species are there. There's usually a plethora of them. In these two properties, it's a great thing that there weren't a lot of invasive species, if anything, along the bank. You have native species on the bank, such as bearberry, bayberry, black cherry, oak, pitch pine, a lot of various native trees, in addition to beach grass, American beach grass, little blue stem, and goldenrod, all covering the bank. There's only one sandy exposed area just along the shared property line in between the properties, between 263 and 237. We included, I think, a photo or two of that in our land management plan. But other than that, the banks are well vegetated with native species. So because of this, our work really focused on creating a high quality vegetated buffer strip along the top of the bank, landward of the top of the bank, spanning on both properties. This is where the largest amount of non-native and invasive species are found on these properties. There's a large stand of knotweed, English ivy, vinca vine, yews, and wisteria are within the 0 to 50. In addition, there's, as David mentioned, there's an existing pool on 237 and existing lawn areas. So we're proposing to remove the non-native and invasive plants as we describe in the land management plan. This work would primarily be completed by hand, and once the invasives were held at bay and the pool was removed, we would convert the existing lawn areas as shown on our restoration plan and plant the 15,600 square feet of area with native shrubs, about 230 shrubs, including sweet fern, arrowwood, bayberry, beach plum, bearberry, black chokeberry, Carolina rose. We're also proposing 25 trees, as you can see on the restoration plan, some scrub oak, eastern red cedar, eastern white pine, and white spruce. And then in addition to that, thousands of herbaceous species, including beach grass, little blue stem, Pennsylvania sedge, and switchgrass, really to get that grass layer throughout the area that really does the heavy lifting in terms of erosion control. So by focusing on the 15,600 square feet of mitigation seaward of the top of the bank, we're creating a new thick vegetated buffer according to your regulations, the VBS, that will provide a food source and cover for wildlife. It will control potential soil erosion and capture sediment and allow stormwater runoff to infiltrate into the ground before it has a chance to reach the resource area. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you so much. Let's start with, where am I? I'm starting with Terry. Any questions?
I don't have any questions. I'm going to wait and just, when we do the on-site, we'll go through that. I live in this neighborhood. I just want you to know if there's any conflict or anything, just so everyone knows. I don't think there is, but I just want you to know.
Trina, questions? Any questions or comments?
Yeah, I agree with Terry that definitely want to go through the on-site walkthrough and get a more detailed view. I did view the properties yesterday, but it'd be nice to take a closer look with so much going on here.
Agreed. Bob Rawls.
Sure, and on-site will be good. I guess I can sort of telegraph a little bit though, and that is, we will at some point want to know more details about the ratio of trees being taken out and being added, just like with the other projects we've talked to today. And I don't know if that information is explicit in the materials submitted, but at some point we'll need to have that made clear. And the only other issue I can think that I'm probably going to zero in on, just to telegraph that, is the vegetative buffer strip for whichever it is, the house with the pool is relatively thin, and so that's something that I'll be asking questions about.
Okay.
Okay. Bob Delvecchio.
I just noticed that the pool, the corner of the pool on 263 is in the 0 to 50, so that might be an issue. Maybe offer some suggestions on how we can bring that further landward. But other than that, I don't have anything at this point.
Okay, thank you. Tom? Tom? Uh-oh, are you muted? All right, let him sort that out. Karen?
I'd like to hold off until we do a group site visit, but I do want to make a comment on your site plan. It has to the right with the buildings and elevation and total, it says 263 Sea Pine Road. Just so you know, that's going to need to be fixed.
Thank you.
Okay. Tom, are you back with us?
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay.
My phone died.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to congratulate David once again on excellent work. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, we also have the landscape plan that's been submitted. I'm sure we will cover a lot of this at the onsite, but I wanted to put it up and invite. I'm sorry, I didn't write down the person from Hawk Design.
David Hawk.
Oh, David Hawk. Okay.
Yeah.
Hello. Oh, yeah. We've met you before. I'd like you to orient us toward this.
Okay. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. For the record, Dave Hawk, Hawk Design. Again, our goal here is to try to create a real win-win situation. And through this drawing here on the 263 lot, you can see in the beige, that's actually the interior environment, meaning the building there. So how much that is pushed way out toward the 100-foot line. And I'll just stay on that lot for the moment. Basically, the thought is that we have a pool that faces, obviously toward the water. And it's really a compilation of 3 small terraces, one that wraps 2 sides of the pool, the north side of the pool and the, well, thank you so much. And the west side of the pool, there is no hardscape on the other side of the pool. It's the vanishing edge style pool. There's a small fire pit to the west, a small terrace there. And then there's a small tiny terrace on the northwest side. And these are all connected with walkways. And you can see there's been interaction with planning to soften those spaces also. In the red, you can see where the existing hardscape is. So it'll give you an indication of how things have been pulled back. And the thought is here is that it's just instead of a larger terrace, 3 small, more modest terrace, we step down in the fire pit terrace and then add the planning. The planning, I believe, as one of the commissioners stated before, would be a 50-50 native to ornamental mix. That would be just the foundation plantings that you're seeing there in the on the plan. Obviously, we've tried to save trees in critical areas, and there are trees that are being removed. We'd prefer to have some, right now behind the existing house on 263, there's an existing native lawn. We would like to also have some lawn off that pool area. That encompasses pretty much our thoughts on the pool building. Then we move to the main house, the 237 lot. A simpler program here. We pushed the grilling area close to the 100-foot line on the east, connected a walkway to, once again, a main terrace that steps down to a lower terrace that includes a fire pit with some lawn surfaces there. The lawn basically connects the 3 areas together. Again, planning's 50-50. We've tried to push things back on this plan. You can see in the beige, we're almost entirely in the interior environment outside of the 100-foot buffer. So we've tried to take some time and really think this through with clients and push things back so that we create an overall win-win situation. With that, I can entertain any questions.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
Questions for Dave on the landscape? Dave, I have a question. So this patio that I'm circling around here is dry laid, but the one off the main house and the patios around the pool and the fire pit and the terrace are all on concrete?
That's correct. And
Was there thought given to increasing the dry laid aspect of those?
We'd prefer, obviously, you get a patio that stays in place longer if it's on concrete. I will say this, all the grading that occurs in here, all the stormwater and runoff that would go on to any of these terraces that we are showing with concrete would be sent to a dry well, so that we are going to capture all the water from these terraces if the commission so allows us to put things on top of concrete. And honestly, where the fire pit is in the main terrace, that was probably our error. I mean, we'd prefer to put it on concrete. We know the commission may have some questions about that, but we just find that things stay together better. And from a stormwater management plan, we can treat that water and capture all the water that falls on those patios.
Okay. Questions from anybody who would like to jump in and ask anything about this?
I have a question about the lawn areas within the 0 to 50. As you know, when we reviewed the last project with you, we called for no irrigation within that zone. So are you agreeable to that?
Yeah, there's some great seeds out there now that we're dealing with. I think the commission's probably been introduced to the Player's Best and the Black Beauty. The Player's Best has microclover in it. Not to say that would be the mix that we use, but the microclover is more of a self-sustaining lawn as it's infused into the fescue. It's still got a real high fescue count. So, certainly the irrigation, et cetera, is not needed. Of course, we'd love to have it irrigated, but understand the commission may have some issues with that. But we do have some alternative seed mixes that we can go to for that.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
I have a question, Dave. So the trees that are shown, and we'll do this more when we get to the on-site, but am I right in thinking that these trees in the area that I'm circling around in the lawn and the main house are all being removed?
That's correct. Anything with the circle and X on it. And I think I do have a count. I think on 237, we've got 20 trees. That's the main, I'll have to recheck this. We did a preliminary count. We got 20 trees on 237 and on 263, we had 17 trees within that area.
So 37 total.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But any other questions from anyone?
I just have some, this is Nikki. I just have something for one of the representatives to consider. I just worry about the mown path and the areas of the grasses. I just worry about mowing expanding every single time it gets done. They get a little bit bigger and bigger, or they start mowing the grasses that were planted. So I maybe think about having some way to mark it so that it can't get mown.
Yeah, Nikki, one of the things that we found is helpful, and I know the commission has certain practices that they like to use, but, to take some granite bounds at certain intervals and bury those in the grade would be one way that it's not obtrusive and also demarcates the areas we're talking about.
Yeah, so maybe just talk to the clients, make sure that's acceptable, and then that we can just add it to the order.
Yep.
Certainly.
I have a question. The existing steps and paths down to the water, are they staying as they are? The one on each property?
Yes, I
I'll
believe.
defer to Katrine on that. That's beyond my area.
Yeah, so the stairs, we're not proposing to plant anything within any of the areas of the stairways. The main stairway down is on 263. On 237, as the plan says, there's almost like a remains of a pathway down there, but it's not really well defined.
Is it going to be maintained as a pathway or more or less abandoned?
We haven't talked to the applicant about that, but I certainly can for the discussion on the on-site.
Okay, yep. And the deck down at the bottom, at the toe of the bank, is that staying or being removed?
We're not proposing to remove it.
Okay. Okay. Okay, anything else? Okay, so what did you say your schedule was? Did you have a ZBA date? Yeah, May 27th.
We do, Madam Chairman, yep.
Okay. Nikki, did you make a list? Because I was doing something and neglected to highlight my list of items that are going to come back in. Of anything, to be honest. I think we'll have it on the on-site, and then at that point, we will probably ask for revisions.
Yeah, I don't believe I'm expecting any more materials until the next meeting.
Okay. So Nikki will be reaching out to everybody for dates. She'll send around one of the dreaded doodle polls to locate a date that everybody can make for the on-site. I suspect it'll take at least a few weeks. So with that in mind, if we take a few weeks for the on-site and then have some revisions that come after that, I'm looking to continue this hearing May 12th or May 26th. Anybody have a reaction to those? Are those good, no good? May 26th is the day before the ZBA. What is your preference in terms of, would you rather go forward with ZBA first?
I think it would be appropriate to try to get this on site in before the May 12 meeting, and then we can talk about, well,
Okay.
on site at the 12th on the
Okay.
12th.
So then we should continue to the 12th. That's what I was looking for.
Madam Chairman, Bill Litchfield, if it's possible to schedule the on-site well in advance of May 12th, then any changes other than those that have been suggested as for consideration today, then perhaps we can have the mode path showing bounds at grade.
Yep.
Correct the street name and a few minor things like that. But if it's possible to set up the on-site this month rather, I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, the May 12th is 4 weeks from now, so I think we would aim to get the on-site in, as you just said, in the next 2 weeks before the end of April. Does anybody have any extended vacation plans or anything for the next 2 weeks? Hearing none, of course not.
No, actually, I was just sending an email to everybody. Just learned I'm on emergency babysitting duty April 30th till May 19th. So, but I'm good until the 30th.
Okay, that works for the moment. We'll figure out the time after that. All right, so then let's schedule this for come back here on May the 12th. Is there a motion then to continue to May 12th?
Move to continue to May 12th.
Second.
All right, roll call vote to continue 237 and 263 Woodland Way to May the 12th. Commissioner Rawls?
Aye.
Delvecchio?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
Latin?
Aye.
Sullivan?
Aye.
I vote aye, so that's 6-0. We'll try to get the poll out to everybody in the next day or so to get the on-site scheduled in the next 2 weeks. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
I'm away on the 22nd to the 27th. That's all. I could do it otherwise.
We'll figure out and we'll work around that. Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and that takes us to the end of the NOIs. We have a number of continuances that we have to vote on. So let's move through those and get those votes into the record.
All right, so first we have 201 Old Harbor Road, Scott Brennan Properties LLC. Brenda C. Melvin is the owner. SE 10-3458, assessor map 15F, parcel 62A. I received an email either last night or this morning that they have decided to hire a new representative. I'm trying to find the email. And so they are looking to just continue to the 28th at this point, just to try and, get organized and get some stuff that you guys asked for.
Does that, but the submission date for the 28th is when?
So the deadline was yesterday, or do you just want the week before the 21st?
Yeah, we normally, if they get it in a week before, by the 21st, we'll be good with that.
Okay, so I will respond to his email again and say, just logistic wise, figure things out as far as.
Yeah, we'll put it in for the 28th as long as they can get their materials in on the 21st.
Okay.
First. All right. Then is there a motion to continue 201 Old Harbor Road to the 28th of April?
Move to continue to April 28th.
Clark, second.
Okay, roll call vote. Commissioner Rawls?
Aye.
Delvecchio?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
Latin?
Aye.
Sullivan?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. That's unanimous, 6-0 to the 28th of April. Okay, Nikki, I leave it to you how much of this you want to read.
I was just about to say, do I have to read this whole thing?
Yeah, I don't.
So the next one is, I'll do the addresses. 83 Siegel Road, 30 Wikis Way, 0 Tisquantum, 27, 59, 75, and 97 to Lippy Runs, and 90, I believe that's it. So those are the addresses for dredging and sand placement. They have asked for a continuance to May 12th of 2021.
Okay, and since they're not here, and at the last time we continued it, they were also not there, so they didn't hear the statement that said, we really encourage these guys, this is Outermost Harbor Marine and Coastal Engineering, to think about whether they want to withdraw without prejudice, and then refile. We've been continuing this for a year now. So I'm sure that whatever the last submission that we had is stale. I don't, it seems to me they're probably going to have to update everything anyway. So if you can just reach out to them and say, yes, we'll continue this to May 12th, but that is the last continuance. And if they're not ready on May 12th, we're going to dismiss with prejudice. Yeah.
All right, no problem.
Okay, is there a roll call, motion then to approve the request for a continuance to May 12th?
Move to approve the continuance to May 12th.
Clark, second.
Okay, roll call vote on 83 Seagull Road, et cetera, for outermost May 12th. Commissioner Walls.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Latin.
Aye.
Sullivan.
Aye.
I vote aye. That's unanimous 6-0. That's May 12th. All right.
All right, next we have 314 Morris Island Road, Timothy Sheehan, trustee of 692 Tremont Unit 4 Realty Trust, SE 10-3468. And this is a continuance of an after the fact notice of intent for a garden shed and garden. And Thad is here to speak to the status of this one.
Hi, Thad Eldridge here. Apologies for not getting a formal request for continuation in earlier. Bill Riley and I were able to discuss it at 8:30 this morning, and it didn't seem fair to send in a letter so close to the meeting. We are working with Tim and Christy Sheehan in order to resolve the issue. We don't think any work would really start out here until the fall anyhow.
Okay. Do you want more time than April 28th?
And I have to wonder if we move forward with reactivating a land management plan out here, I think that should just have a new filing.
I'm sorry, I didn't, what?
When we last met with the commission, we asked, we wanted to keep the garden, keep the shed.
Right. Yep.
And the commission said, no, you really wanted it restored back.
Yep.
As it had been approved in 2012.
Right.
We have a filing before you specifically for the garden and the shed. Can we change that filing over to activate a land management plan, or would we need a new filing for that?
Nikki, I don't, it's a big change. Are they better off withdrawing and refiling or changing it?
I mean, since it's not really the same application at all, I would say withdraw and refile with what they want to do or what they're now planning to do.
Okay. I think that's cleaner.
Yes.
Agreed.
Okay. Then are you requesting a withdrawal without prejudice?
Let me start with a continuation just to keep the hope alive for the homeowners.
Okay. So is there a motion then to approve Thad's request for a continuance to May 28th pending a decision by the homeowner as to how they're going to move forward?
April 28th or?
April 28th.
Okay.
April 28th.
So this would be the last continuance, I guess. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, last continuance, I move to continue to May 28th.
Clark, second.
All right, roll call.
The outermost got more.
What? Roll call vote on 314 Morris Island Road to April 28th. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Latin.
Aye.
Sullivan.
Aye.
I vote aye. We'll see you on April 28th and with your decision about what you want to do.
Great, thank you much.
Thank you.
All right, now we have 68 Shell Drive, Katama Point LLC, SE 10-3466. And they are also asking for a continuance to April 28th.
Okay. Similar advice to this group of folks that they need to get us materials by April 21st for us to hear this. My understanding is that they're going in a different direction and significantly revising their proposal, so the clock is running on that.
Yeah, I think they're having problems with zoning, so I'll reach out and figure out exactly what's going on.
Okay. All right. Is there a motion then to continue 68 Shell Drive to May 28th? Sorry, April 28th. My God.
Move to continue to April 28th.
Clark, second.
All right. Roll call vote for 68 Shell Drive. Commissioner Rolls.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Latin.
Aye.
Sullivan.
Aye.
I vote aye. That's unanimous to April 28th. All right. I got an extension.
All right, next is 41 Mill Pond Lane. It's an extension request for Maris Anderson, SC 10-3251. It was for restoration and replanting, construction of access stairs to a dock. So they have, apparently it took longer to start than they expected, and so they have not gotten, I believe they haven't gotten all the plantings in, as well as they haven't been able to meet the 3-year monitoring requirement for the plantings. So, so they are requesting a 3-year extension to make sure the plantings survive.
It can only be a 1-year extension.
Oh, we only do 1 year?
1 year. In Chatham, we'll do 3 1-year extensions is the way we have to do it.
Okay.
That's the bylaw. So, yeah, as we always say on this, we're always happy to provide an extension as far as we need to for plantings, mitigation plantings to get established and survive. So is there a motion to approve the 1-year extension?
Move to approve a 1-year extension.
Clark, second.
Roll call vote for 41 Mill Pond Lane to extend. Commissioner Rolls?
Aye.
Delvecchio?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
Latin?
Aye.
Sullivan?
Aye.
I vote aye. That's unanimous.
And then Mary had put on here, remember to schedule a time to discuss local fees. I believe Paul initiated starting a certificate of compliance fee. I mean, I do have to go out there. We do have paperwork for it, so it makes sense to at least pay for our time.
Can I suggest we put it on for the May work session, which is shaping up to be rather light?
Yes, I agree.
That would be good. Yeah, a sliding scale that the longer they wait to ask for it, the more it's going to cost them.
Okay. Do you want me to draft any thoughts on the fees? Or just
I think Paul was doing some research into what other towns do, and he and Dr. Bob were comparing some notes. So I think there's something floating around. So yeah, if you can bring with you whatever the current thinking is. As we saw it, the fees are all over the map from, it's crazy. But
I would say the average is $50. And then some towns, if I have to go back out there twice because it didn't qualify for the COC, if I have to go out there again, then they increase the fee. A lot of them do that, but
yeah,
the average I would say is around 50.
The fees, if on an annual basis, to keep ticking up, because we get so many that come that are 10, 20 years old, and it's impossible to tell whether there's compliance.
No one has a real incentive to file it promptly. They have more of an incentive just not to file for it.
Right now.
Yeah, only if they want to transfer the property that they really
only
end up.
When they sell.
Well, that's when it comes, and of course, it's always on the day before closing, and
yeah.
So yeah, we're trying to get these in a more timely fashion. So that's the thinking here.
All right. And then my last thing is, I believe we are set up for 1 p.m. tomorrow at 39 Windsong Landing for the violation at 39 and 40.
Okay. Does everybody know about that? I think we did do a doodle.
No.
Poll. Remember whether. No.
Everybody does.
So I don't know much about it other than that a neighbor on a nearby street sent an email to Paul, and she was very upset that they were doing a lot of clearing and vista pruning on, and Paul went out there. This was while I was on vacation, so I haven't been out there yet either. That 39 and 40 both have been doing a lot of clearing and, you know, topping of vegetation and stuff like that.
Right.
So I'll make sure Paul can come out too, so he has the, because he has a clear, you know, thought
He's the one
process.
who discovered it, and I'm looking for here. I'm not sure whether I don't know, honestly, Nikki, whether we decided that the whole commission needed to go or just Paul and you and Bob and I.
I mean, I don't think the whole commission would need to go. I don't.
That's where we landed. We didn't need to bring everybody. We'll take a look at it, and we'll report back to the rest of the commission whether this is a violation of such a magnitude that it deserves some kind of response.
Okay.
Okay.
And then just down the street.
Everybody, you don't have to be there tomorrow, so we'll let you know what we see.
And then just down the street, so if we could do this right after Windsong, I found a guy called to say that he had some trees that were not doing well on his bank, and he was worried they were going to fall over and bring the root system with them and cause a lot of erosion on the bank. So I went out there to take a look, and I noticed, again, he was just topping every shrub on his property. He claims it was that he had a permit. I looked through his file. He did not. The last permit filed was in 2008, right before he bought the property from Nickerson Landscaping, and they withdrew without prejudice. And he said that Nickerson told him that they had a pruning permit for him. So he was misinformed. He's kind of upset, but he's supposed to talk to Nickerson, and, you know, if they can actually give us proof of some sort of pruning permit, great, but I don't think that's going to happen. So if we could just stop by that one and you guys can take a look at that since we're in the area.
Where is that one?
That one is 224 Stage Neck.
Okay, that's on the way. Okay. Don't take a look. All right. Is that it?
I think so.
I have a motion.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Yes, I so moved.
Clark, second.
All right, roll call vote to adjourn. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
Latin.
Aye.
Sullivan.
Aye.
I vote aye. It's unanimous. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.